Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Wednesday morning, and boy, is it a chilly one. 31 degrees in Midtown Memphis, coming to you at 7 o'clock. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis has been talking about the cold snap that we were supposed to get today. It certainly took place. He was our first alert about a week ago, Patrick.
Yes, again, I go back to this. It says it right there. So what I'm going to do, because Action News 5 pays me, I'm going to make sure that you know it's first alert all day long. So
Nice.
That's what that's the thing. It's like, but we're going to do that in a sense that we're going to let you know ahead of time when the weather is going to get a little bit more active. And of course, just the changes, giving you that first alert to a warming trend. How about that? Here in the next few days. Of course, we had to get past the cold front to get to the warming trend, and we've got that colder air that is stuck in place here this morning. A beautiful sight here this morning on this November the 1st. Still looks a little bit more like spooky season as you look off towards the west with the orange glow, or off to the east rather, with that orange glow this morning from our High 5 camera here in Midtown. You're looking back out towards East Memphis. You see the Clark Tower off in the distance this morning. Temperatures have dipped down to 31 here in Memphis, but the outlying areas, as expected, middle 20s in West Tennessee, North Mississippi, upper 20s this morning, as well as in portions of eastern Arkansas. 30 degrees in Clarksdale, 26 in Tunica. Add in a little bit of a breeze, 5 to 10 miles per hour. It makes it feel even colder. What may be spookier than the colors of the sunrise this morning? Well, it's going to be that, and the cold for that matter. It's going to be related to the cold, and it's going to be your tire pressure monitor system. And guess what? That sensor may pop off here this morning. Why is that the case? Why is it whenever it gets cold that happens? Well, when you're driving down the road, that friction of the rubber to the road warms up the rubber, warms up the air molecules inside of the tire. It gets more excited. It creates more pressure, so it creates higher pressure. So warmer tire, warmer air in general, higher pressure. When it's colder outside, the air molecules are less excited. They're in a more stable state. So colder tire, colder air, lower pressure. And unfortunately, that means that usually that sensor will go off. And for my car specifically, I think it's like 27 pounds per square inch. I got one tire that's sitting right at like 28. So I'm hoping that I don't go out to the parking lot here this morning and it's down below 27, because I don't feel like really having to deal with that, that tire pressure sensor just kind of sitting there. But the reason why is because a general rule here, 10-degree temperature drop. For each 10 degrees, you lose 1 PSI. We were 80 degrees on Saturday. We went down to the lower 30s this morning, so that's about 5 PSI. And in some instances, it's probably closer to 6 PSI because we're down in the 20s this morning. But there are some improvements on the way. After a cold start here this morning in the upper 20s and lower 30s, we'll work our way only to 50. Cold day today, lots of sunshine, a few passing clouds tomorrow, starting off near freezing. We'll be a little bit warmer by lunchtime tomorrow, lower to middle 50s to near 60 degrees by the afternoon hours. And it gets even warmer in the extended range, that warming trend, as I was mentioning, giving you that first alert for the upper 60s. That's closer to normal for early November, and low to mid 70s as we head towards the end of the weekend and start of next week. There's a system that will come down the pipeline that could bring us a couple of showers. That system, most of its energy pulling north of us. Now, yesterday, this particular model, the European, and as well as the GFS model for that matter, the Canadian, also depicted that we would get this front to come through here, bring us a chance for some rain. We need the rainfall too. We only picked up just over 1.5 inches of rain for the entire month of October. And a lot of that actually happened on the back end of the month because of that system that came through here the last weekend. But this system looks to pull most of its moisture to the north, though it could still spark a few clouds and a few showers late Monday into Tuesday. It doesn't look like it's going to be a ton. Now, that could change. We'll keep you alerted to that change if it does happen. But just giving you a heads up, there's a front that will be on the move that could spark a few showers, and we could have to adjust the numbers moving forward. That front works its way southward, but there's a lingering little disturbance that could squirt across the area that could spark a couple showers on Wednesday as well. The next system attaches itself to the back end of that first system. So one system pulling away, the next one developing to the west. This one will come down the pipeline. This one could be the next one that actually brings us more appreciable rainfall. That would likely also bring some cooler weather in a bigger sense by the middle and latter portion of next week. Now you can see the 10-day forecast on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. We've got all of the areas updated with your 10-day forecast, whether you're in West Tennessee, Memphis, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas. Each area of the Action News 5 coverage area has a different forecast. Why would we just give you the 7-day? I know the 7-day that you see here, this is for Memphis and Shelby County, but the outlying areas don't always have the same forecast. We give you a updated forecast for each zone and each area of the Action News 5 forecast area right there in the palm of your hand that you can look at. And so you have an updated forecast for your local area specifically. Now again, this is the Memphis forecast, and you notice the temperatures on the upward swing. Again, I think we're upper 40s to near 50 degrees here today, near 60 after a frosty start tomorrow, 32 the overnight low here in Memphis. I think the outlying area is still in the upper 20s to near 30 degrees starting off tomorrow morning. I still think we're frosty early Friday morning. Okay, 38 doesn't seem like, oh, well, how could frost form at 38 degrees? Well, it does happen. It's because the surfaces, your car windshield, will tend to be a bit colder than the actual ambient air temperature. It gets a little bit colder. So it wouldn't be surprising to get down to 32 on your car surfaces on Thursday night into Friday morning. So 38, we can still get a little bit of patchy frost there early on Friday morning. And I think in the outlying areas, we're still dealing with frost in a general sense. 40s when you wake up early Saturday morning, so no frost there, and temperatures will continue their upward trend towards the middle 70s and overnights in the 50s. So we do get a rebound in numbers, Andrew, over the next couple of days, but this is the beginning of it. We got to start there to get somewhere else here between now and the end of the weekend. Of course, not to mention, hey, time change coming up this weekend as well, Saturday night into Sunday.
You know, I do love the fact that there's lots of sunshine throughout the 7-day forecast. That helps so much, even if the high is 50 today, you know?
Yeah, you know, yesterday I walked outside as the second front was moving through here, and of course the wind was starting to pick up again. We had a couple of clouds moving through, but it was sunny, and when the wind wasn't blowing, it didn't feel terrible. And then when you have that sunshine, it can act, even though it's cold outside, it can act a little warmer than it actually is. And that's kind of how it felt yesterday. We managed 53 yesterday afternoon. Our forecast was 52. So, hey, we were on par, okay? And I think we do it again here the next couple of days. The only difference is between today and yesterday is the fact that we had a second front moving through here late last night. That was what was kicking up those winds. And, of course, a chilly night for trick-or-treaters across the area. And, of course, those same kids getting up to get on the bus stop this morning, and it is pretty chilly to start off the day. But, thankfully, we'll go from long sleeves to short sleeves yet again just in time for the weekend.
All right, meteorologist Patrick Ellis giving us the first alert to warmer conditions. Patrick, thanks.
No problem.
All right, live look from our High 5 camera there in Midtown Memphis. The sun's about to show up any moment now. 31 degrees, 708. We'll be right back in 60 seconds. Back now on the Action News 5 digital desk, 31 degrees, 7:09 is the time. And two of the men accused in the deadly shooting outside of a Whitehaven restaurant are expected in court in just a few hours. Action News 5's Sydney Gray has more from Whitehaven.
Hey, Andrew. Well, this latest investigation is really pulling at the heartstrings of many people all across Memphis, especially the family of Alfonso Turner. He was the owner here at the table who was shot and killed over the weekend. And this restaurant, it's been here just about a year. And so as we get into the details of what Memphis police have released to us, we know that it was several crimes that spanned just a couple days here in Memphis. So Darion Banks is being held at 201 on without a bond, and he is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, among others. The other man accused, Michael Schaefer, is charged with theft of property and evading arrest. So investigators tell us that Banks shot and killed Turner and another man, later identified as 31-year-old Tadarius Day, on Sunday afternoon outside of the restaurant right here on Elvis Presley. Banks and Schaefer were arrested off of New Allen Road in Raleigh. That followed a brief chase. The car they were in was an Infiniti, and it was reported stolen from downtown Memphis. And in court documents, Banks told police he was at the table where other men in a stolen Infiniti were attempting to break into another vehicle. Well, that is when a man came outside to confront them. Banks says the man shot at them as they were leaving, and the men then returned later and fired shots, killing Turner and Day. Well, Schaefer told police he was the driver of the Infiniti but did not fire any shots. Both of those men are expected to make their first court appearance. That is today at 9 a.m. We'll be there for you, bringing you all the latest updates on this case as that investigation continues. I'm in Whitehaven this morning. Sydney Gray, back to you, Andrew.
Breaking overnight in West Memphis, Arkansas. A 19-year-old shot and killed on East Broadway off of North Missouri Street. Investigators say the man, identified as Takai Gardner, died on scene. West Memphis police still working to get suspect information this morning. Shelby County Sheriff deputies working to identify the remains of a person discovered in a wooded area on the northern edge of Memphis last night. Deputies say the remains were found 6:20 last night off of Highway 51 south of the Loosahatchee River. Cause of death is unknown at this time. Juveniles in the hospital this morning recovering from a gunshot wound. Investigators say this shooting happened in Frazier on Creston Avenue around 8:30. No word on a shooter or any arrests. And the Department of Justice asking for your input this week as it investigates the Memphis Police Department and the city of Memphis. DOJ is looking into whether MPD used excessive force, conducted unlawful stops, searches, and arrests, and engaged in discriminatory policing. The DOJ holding a public meeting tomorrow from 7 until 8 o'clock at night. It'll be at the Memphis Benjamin Hook Central Library. The meeting's open to anyone who wants to attend. And today, applications are open for Tennessee Strong Families Grant Program. It's a state program with $20 million to help families out. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee talked about it in February during his State of the State address.
Strong families, in fact, are the building block of society in our communities, in our state, in our country.
And the money can go to pregnancy support, adoption, or jobs and housing. We have a link on how to apply on our website, actionnews5.com. A judge is dismissing NFL Hall of Famer Brett Favre's defamation suit against another retired NFL player. Favre sued Shannon Sharpe back in February, saying he made false statements about his connection to the state's welfare scandal. A judge ruled on Monday that Sharpe used protected speech on a sports broadcast. Brett Favre set to testify under oath in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, coming in December. He is not facing any criminal charges. All right, MLGW is inviting customers to a conversation in Collierville tonight. This meeting will be hosted by Collierville Mayor Stan Joyner at Tennessee's largest high school. That's Collierville High School. Doors open tonight, 5 o'clock, for customers who'd like to speak to a representative about help with accounts and with billing. At 6 o'clock, MLGW leadership will talk about a range of issues like customer care, reliability, delayed billing, and more. Again, this is all happening at Collierville High School. It begins tonight at 5 o'clock. Keeping our pets warm during the winter. Oh boy, that is a big one. If you plan on traveling anytime soon, remember you will be parking and it'll cost you just a little bit more in the economy garage at Memphis International Airport, as well as the surface overflow lots at Memphis International. The $3 price hike, it went from $6 a day to $9 a day. It's to support a number of improvements at the airport's parking infrastructure. You can see this story for more information about it on ActionNews5.com. Now let's talk about this winter blast and how important it is to keep your pets safe during this time. Don't forget to bring your dogs inside at night. And if you have little dogs, you may want to get them something to wear.
Will protect them not only from the cold, but also from the wet. You need to select a jacket that one's suitable for your dog, fits well, will not twist and turn and get hung up on them so that they can get tangled in it.
Yeah, so he said bigger dogs like Huskies love this weather and they really don't have a problem. We're going to take a short break right now as you take a live look from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. Sun's about to come up at any moment. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Did you know that more than 16 million Americans are diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder known as ADHD? It ranges from children, teens to adults. And right now there is a nationwide shortage of the medications used to treat ADHD. In fact, the FDA announced the shortage back in October, blaming manufacturing delays. But there are researchers and experts that say the shortage is more about an increase in demand. ADHD diagnoses have spiked significantly during the pandemic. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this issue. I'm joined now by Dr. Greg Mattingly, the Associate Clinical Professor of Washington University, physician as well. Good morning, doctor. Let's talk about, first off, I know what ADHD is, but for our audience and viewers, can you talk a little bit in layman's terms about what ADHD is and how common it has become? Good morning.
Good morning. So ADHD, is probably many of your listeners know, it's a common condition. Matter of fact, it's the most common neurologic condition in all of childhood, not just here in the United States, but all around the world. So here in the United States, but if I went to Canada, if I went to Europe, if I went over to Asia, it's 8 to 10% of kids meet criteria for ADHD. So it's a common condition. And one of the things that we have learned over the last 20 years is for most kids, it's not going to go away. If this is the way you're wired, 80 to 90% of kids are going to have that as they become teenagers, as they go off to university, as they start that first job, and as they become adults. Common symptoms are I get distracted. It's hard to focus. I get bored. And when I get bored, then everything kind of accelerates and I find myself getting frustrated. Maybe I get fidgety and restless. Maybe I blurt things out and I interrupt other people around me. So problems with disorganization, time management, frustration tolerance because of those things for our patients with ADHD.
You know, doctor, I have some family members that have ADHD, and it seems to affect them in different ways. And there is a difference, right? I mean, the symptoms are different for men and women, boys and girls, all across the spectrum.
100%. And that's why the answers are not going to be one size fit all answers either. So some people have ADHD and they have a lot of the hyperactivity when they're kids. Other people, it's a lot of disorganization. It's hard to concentrate. I get overwhelmed by things. I have a lot of anxiety because of that, and I get frustrated. Some of them have a hard time shutting their brain off at night. Falling asleep at night because my brain is still going can be a frustration for some of our patients with ADHD. And then some of our adults with ADHD can be problems around my temper. I get frustrated, I tend to blow. So how do you learn to modulate that as one of your symptoms that's a result of having ADHD.
So you are the president-elect of the American Professional Society of ADHD-related disorders. Can you talk about how ADHD is typically treated these days? I know everyone has the idea of medication, and there's different medications, right?
100%. So if there's good news for your listeners out there is we have a lot of different options. When I was first in practice 30 years ago, our options were just short-acting stimulants, and you had to take them multiple times a day. And a lot of people didn't like the side effects. They didn't like the way they felt when those things kind of kicked in and wore off. And we know those medicines, being short-acting Ritalin or Adderall, they can be misused or abused sometimes by people that are doing the wrong things. A lot of our newer treatment options are once daily medicines. You take them once a day, and they give you very low levels of medicine, just enough to help to improve your symptoms, but not so much that you're having as many of the unwanted side effects. So we have over 30 different treatment options right now that are approved for children with ADHD. A lot of those are also approved for adults. And we have 4 non-stimulants that are approved for ADHD, 2 of those that are approved for adults, atomoxetine and Qelbree. So it's not even always a stimulant option, and it's certainly not always a short-acting stimulant that you have to take multiple times a day.
Do patients grow out of this? I've always heard that, by the time, if someone in their teenage years, for example, is diagnosed with ADHD, can they grow out of that ADHD by the time they're in their mid to late 20s? How does that work?
Yeah. So one of the myths of ADHD is there's a couple of myths. Boys, not girls. You tend to grow out of it. Only take your medicine when you think you need it. We know those are all not the best outcomes. We know that boys are more common when they're young, but as you become an adult, women are equally common with ADHD. We know that for most people, you're not going to grow out of it. 80 to 90% are going to continue to have some set of symptoms as they go into adulthood. So learning how ADHD affects your life so you can have the most successful life possible, learning where there's a good fit for your symptoms. If I stick you behind a boring desk and make you do that job all day with ADHD, it's going to be hard. But if I give you a job that's a little more interesting, maybe you're interacting with people, maybe you're doing what you're doing, where you're giving interviews to people and staying active, that may be a better fit for someone with ADHD. So learning about your condition, telling your clinician, hey, here's where I see difficulties in my life. Maybe it's at home with my wife in the evenings where I get frustrated because I'm disorganized, I'm just overwhelmed.
When we introduced you to the digital desk, we talked about this nationwide shortage that was it was announced back in the fall of last year. Do we still have this shortage? And my understanding is that there are so many people being diagnosed. How did the pandemic have an impact on the diagnosis of ADHD?
100%. So during the pandemic, as we were all sitting at home doing our jobs virtually, our kids were having to learn at home virtually. If you had problems with concentration and being distracted, it came up to the forefront. Everybody could see it. So parents were looking at their kids saying, God, I know the teachers brought this up, but now I see it with my kids. I need to get them some help. Parents themselves looked at themselves and they said, God, I'm overwhelmed with this. I've always been wired this way, but in this current digital world, this is just overwhelming. So the rates of ADHD and people coming in for help did go up during the pandemic. Then we had a fixed supply of medications out there. And that supply is probably not going to go up, especially the supply of short-acting stimulants. So if you have increased demand with a fixed supply, that led to a nationwide shortage.
Has that shortage gotten any better? Where are we on that?
Yeah, unfortunately, it has not, especially with certain of them. Short-acting stimulants are in short supply all across the country. Here in Missouri, but if I went out to Washington, D.C., if I went to Baltimore, if I went to California, short-acting stimulants are in short supply, and they're probably going to stay that way. So that's made us all examine with our patients, are there other long-acting, once-daily treatments that may help to manage your symptoms, may even be a better fit for your symptoms, because those medicines do tend to have a better supply these days.
Let's talk about those different options because, if the shortage is going to stick around a while, let's talk about different treatments.
Of course. So I'll just give you a bunch of names you may want to think about with your clinician. And once again, this is a personal choice with you and your clinician. We have a long-acting amphetamine called Vyvanse that still tends to have pretty good supply, and there's an even longer-lasting one called Mydayis that has long supply. We have various versions of Concerta. Some of those are generic, some of them are not. Some of those are available, some are a little harder to get a hold of. And then we have some methylphenidates that come in a beaded formulation called Focalin or Metadate that tend to be available right now. We have 2 non-stimulants for adults that tend to be available, both atenmoxetine and Qelbree. Both have pretty good supply all across the country. So I think those are some of the names you may think about. So we have shortages of some of the types of ADHD medicines, but we have other versions that are in pretty good supply.
You know, this has been an interesting interview, Doctor, and something that's revealing to so many out there. We have thousands of viewers each and every morning joining us here, and I know that either someone knows or has a friend or perhaps a family member with ADHD. Where can they go to get some more information on what we talked about and any other questions they may have?
I'll give you 2 resources. One is a group called CHAD, and CHAD makes a magazine once a month called Attitude. And CHAD is a group of patients that have ADHD that are advocates that put together these resources. So Attitude's a once a month magazine. In addition, APSARD, the organization that's a group of researchers, teachers, doctors, nurses, psychologists, apsard.org, has a lot of resources and can steer you in places to learn more about ADHD.
You know, this has been a great interview. Dr. Greg Mattingly, Associate Clinical Professor, Washington University, and we really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Money and financial responsibilities. That tops the list of some of the biggest stressors out there for so many American families. The American Heart Association has revealed some new research this morning linking stress to cardiovascular disease. You know, the summertime is supposed to be more relaxing, more chill, I guess you could say. It's supposed to be easier, but many of us feeling more stressed than ever before. Let's bring in psychologist Andrea Iglesias to discuss more about these stresses and stress levels and how to bring it down. Good morning, Dr. Iglesias. Can you talk about today's biggest stressors for us, according to this study?
Of course. Hi, good morning. So happy to be here with you. So the biggest stressors that we're seeing according to our studies are family responsibility, work, health, money. So stressors can be individual, but these are the things that are coming up over and over again for a lot of people.
Yeah, and I mean, the sky high inflation, everything's costing more. I'm sure that has to deal with it as well. How does it impact our heart health?
So when people think about stress, they often think about just their mental well-being, but the truth is that stress has an impact on our overall well-being, our physical well-being, and certainly our heart health. So what ends up happening, especially with chronic stress, is that we can see an increase in heart rate and blood pressure and inflammation, as well as some behaviors that may not be very healthy. So not sleeping well, not eating well, not exercising, and all of those things come together to eventually lead to potentially chronic stress. So it's really important that we're paying attention to that connection so that we can prevent things from getting worse.
Who's most at risk when it comes to these stressors, doctor?
So we know that stress levels are going up in general for everybody. So this is something for everyone to pay attention to. But the studies are showing as well that the Hispanic community is particularly impacted. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about today is the American Heart Association's campaign called Protecting Your Wellbeing Together. This is a campaign that provides education, resources around this connection between stress and heart health. And it's a campaign that's offered in both English and Spanish. So this is really important because it becomes a resource for everybody, no matter which language they speak.
What are some healthy ways to deal with the stress that Americans are feeling right now?
Well, the most important thing is to think about what are the manageable steps that you can take in your life. So it's going to look a little bit different for everybody, but a few things that you can try are, for example, taking breaks during the day. So depending on your work schedule, thinking how you can protect time to take a breather, to ground yourself, to make sure you're not going back to back, protecting time for exercise. For me, even just going outside for 30 minutes and taking a walk can make a huge difference, being out with fresh air, connecting with loved ones, with family, with friends, making an effort, being really intentional, maybe even making sure that you're having dinner together every night. And of course, grounding yourself in gratitude is really important, has shown to have really positive effects in managing stress.
Yeah, gratitude is big. I certainly see that. We've touched on a number of different issues and ways to help families out there. Where can we get some more information online?
Well, the campaign has some really great resources. So if you go to heart.org/stress, you can find lots of great tips on managing stress and more information on these studies linking heart disease and heart health with stress. So you can learn more about that and not just educate yourself, but also those around you to make sure that, we're taking care of ourselves and each other.
Okay, psychologist Dr. Andrea Iglesias, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Wednesday morning, and boy, is it a chilly one. 31 degrees in Midtown Memphis, coming to you at 7 o'clock. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis has been talking about the cold snap that we were supposed to get today. It certainly took place. He was our first alert about a week ago, Patrick.
Yes, again, I go back to this. It says it right there. So what I'm going to do, because Action News 5 pays me, I'm going to make sure that it's first alert all day long. So
Nice.
That's what that's the thing. It's like, but we're going to do that in a sense that we're going to let you know ahead of time when the weather is going to get a little bit more active. And of course, just the changes, giving you that first alert to a warming trend. How about that? Here in the next few days. Of course, we had to get past the cold front to get to the warming trend, and we've got that colder air that is stuck in place here this morning. A beautiful sight here this morning on this November the 1st. Still looks a little bit more like spooky season as you look off towards the west with the orange glow, or off to the east rather, with that orange glow this morning from our High 5 camera here in Midtown. You're looking back out towards East Memphis. You see the Clark Tower off in the distance this morning. Temperatures have dipped down to 31 here in Memphis, but the outlying areas, as expected, middle 20s in West Tennessee, North Mississippi, upper 20s this morning, as well as in portions of eastern Arkansas. 30 degrees in Clarksdale, 26 in Tunica. Add in a little bit of a breeze, 5 to 10 miles per hour. It makes it feel even colder. What may be spookier than the colors of the sunrise this morning? Well, it's going to be that, and the cold for that matter. It's going to be related to the cold, and it's going to be your tire pressure monitor system. And guess what? That sensor may pop off here this morning. Why is that the case? Why is it whenever it gets cold that happens? Well, when you're driving down the road, that friction of the rubber to the road warms up the rubber, warms up the air molecules inside of the tire. It gets more excited. It creates more pressure, so it creates higher pressure. So warmer tire, warmer air in general, higher pressure. When it's colder outside, the air molecules are less excited. They're in a more stable state. So colder tire, colder air, lower pressure. And unfortunately, that means that usually that sensor will go off. And for my car specifically, I think it's like 27 pounds per square inch. I got one tire that's sitting right at like 28. So I'm hoping that I don't go out to the parking lot here this morning and it's down below 27, because I don't feel like really having to deal with that, that tire pressure sensor just kind of sitting there. But the reason why is because a general rule here, 10-degree temperature drop. For each 10 degrees, you lose 1 PSI. We were 80 degrees on Saturday. We went down to the lower 30s this morning, so that's about 5 PSI. And in some instances, it's probably closer to 6 PSI because we're down in the 20s this morning. But there are some improvements on the way. After a cold start here this morning in the upper 20s and lower 30s, we'll work our way only to 50. Cold day today, lots of sunshine, a few passing clouds tomorrow, starting off near freezing. We'll be a little bit warmer by lunchtime tomorrow, lower to middle 50s to near 60 degrees by the afternoon hours, and it gets even warmer in the extended range. That warming trend, as I was mentioning, giving you that first alert for the upper 60s. That's closer to normal for early November, and low to mid 70s as we head towards the end of the weekend and start of next week. There's a system that will come down the pipeline that could bring us a couple of showers. That system, most of its energy pulling north of us. Now, yesterday, this particular model, the European, and as well as the GFS model for that matter, the Canadian, also depicted that we would get this front to come through here, bring us a chance for some rain. We need the rainfall too. We only picked up just over 1.5 inches of rain for the entire month of October. And a lot of that actually happened on the back end of the month because of that system that came through here the last weekend. But this system looks to pull most of its moisture to the north, though it could still spark a few clouds and a few showers late Monday into Tuesday. It doesn't look like it's going to be a ton. Now, that could change. We'll keep you alerted to that change if it does happen. But just giving you a heads up, there's a front that will be on the move that could spark a few showers, and we could have to adjust the numbers moving forward. That front works its way southward, but there's a lingering little disturbance that could squirt across the area that could spark a couple showers on Wednesday as well. The next system attaches itself to the back end of that first system. So one system pulling away, the next one developing to the west. This one will come down the pipeline. This one could be the next one that actually brings us more appreciable rainfall. That would likely also bring some cooler weather in a bigger sense by the middle and latter portion of next week. Now, you can see the 10-day forecast on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. We've got all of the areas updated with your 10-day forecast, whether you're in West Tennessee, Memphis, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas. Each area of the Action News 5 coverage area has a different forecast. Why would we just give you that 7-day? And I know the 7-day that you see here, this is for Memphis and Shelby County, but the outlying areas don't always have the same forecast. We give you a updated forecast for each zone and each area of the Action News 5 forecast area right there in the palm of your hand that you can look at. And so you have an updated forecast for your local area specifically. Now, again, this is the Memphis forecast, and you notice the temperatures on the upward swing. Again, I think we're upper 40s to near 50 degrees here today, near 60 after a frosty start tomorrow, 32 the overnight low here in Memphis. I think the outlying area is still in the upper 20s to near 30 degrees starting off tomorrow morning. I still think we're frosty early Friday morning. Okay, 38 doesn't seem like, oh, well, how could frost form at 38 degrees? Well, it does happen. It's because the surfaces, your car windshield, will tend to be a bit colder than the actual ambient air temperature. It gets a little bit colder. So it wouldn't be surprising to get down to 32 on your car surfaces on Thursday night into Friday morning. So 38, we can still get a little bit of patchy frost there early on Friday morning. And I think in the outlying areas, we're still dealing with frost in a general sense. 40s when you wake up early Saturday morning, so no frost there, and temperatures will continue their upward trend towards the middle 70s and overnights in the 50s. So we do get a rebound in numbers, Andrew, over the next couple of days, but this is the beginning of it. We got to start there to get somewhere else here between now and the end of the weekend. Of course, not to mention, hey, time change coming up this weekend as well, Saturday night into Sunday.
You know, I do love the fact that there's lots of sunshine throughout the 7-day forecast. That helps so much, even if the high is 50 today, you know?
Yeah, yesterday I walked outside as the second front was moving through here, and of course the wind was starting to pick up again. We had a couple of clouds moving through, but it was sunny, and when the wind wasn't blowing, it didn't feel terrible. And then when you have that sunshine, it can act, even though it's cold outside, it can act a little warmer than it actually is. And that's kind of how it felt yesterday. We managed 53 yesterday afternoon. Our forecast was 52. So, hey, we were on par, okay? And I think we do it again here the next couple of days. The only difference between today and yesterday is the fact that we had a second front moving through here late last night. That was what was kicking up those winds. And, of course, a chilly night for trick-or-treaters across the area. And, of course, those same kids getting up to get on the bus stop this morning, and it is pretty chilly to start off the day. But thankfully, we'll go from long sleeves to short sleeves yet again, just in time for the weekend.
All right, well, a milestone has been achieved with today's FDA approval of the first and only anti-amyloid Alzheimer's disease treatment that's been approved under the traditional pathway. So this approval is based on the results of a robust clinical trial that showed the medication's ability to slow cognitive decline in individuals with early Alzheimer's disease. You know, Alzheimer's disease is the leading cause of dementia among older adults. It has major impacts in memory, language, and over time the condition can have a significant negative impact on a person's ability to carry out their daily activities. So joining us this morning here on the Action News 5 digital desk is Dr. Michael Irozai, the Senior Vice President of Clinical Research and Deputy Chief Clinical Officer for Alzheimer's Disease and Brain Health at Eisai. And so he's joining us this morning, offering some insights on what this approval means for the Alzheimer's disease patient community and the treatment landscape. Doctor, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us here on the digital desk. How are you?
Good. Thank you, Amanda, for having me here on behalf of Eisai.
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to talking to you more. So tell us about this new medication and just how does it treat early Alzheimer's disease? Tell us more.
Certainly. The new medication is called Leqembi, and it clears the amyloid plaques in the brain that are the feature of Alzheimer's disease. And by doing that, it slows progression of disease, meaning that it slows the decline in memory and thinking and cognitive functioning, and it slows the decline in activities of daily living, the people's daily activities in the early stages of Alzheimer's disease.
Can you tell us more about what the clinical trial showed from using this?
The clinical trial involved 1,800 people in the early stages of Alzheimer's disease. It was a global clinical trial that tested the treatment, which is given intravenously every 2 weeks for 18 months. And during that 18-month period, it slowed progression by 27% by measures that combine both memory and thinking as well as daily functioning. And within the clinical trial, the safety of the treatment was also evaluated.
And so you said every 2 weeks for, did you say 18 months? And then how long, each treatment, how long would that take for them to go through?
The typical treatments initially can be between 1 and 2 hours to follow to make sure that there are no reactions to the treatment. Because it is an intravenous treatment, there can be infusion reactions like flu-like symptoms. And then over time, the treatments take about 1 hour. We are also developing a subcutaneous version of the treatment that we hope can make it easier to take, and that would be more injections.
And what about safety concerns? Because I think a lot of times people, when it's a new treatment option out there, they just kind of want to know all aspects of it. What about those safety concerns can you share with us?
Lecanemab can cause serious side effects. The most common side effects of this type of treatment that removes amyloid include temporary areas of swelling in the brain, as well as small spots of bleeding in the brain, which rarely can become larger. These side effects are what's called ARIA, or amyloid-related imaging abnormalities. They're usually without symptoms, although sometimes serious symptoms can occur. So before treatment, doctors will do an MRI scan and a genetic test to understand whether people are at higher risk for those symptoms. And during treatment, there'll be monitoring with MRI scans to treat those appropriately. So people will need to talk to their doctor to find out if the treatment is right for them.
Who should consider taking this medication? Obviously, this is a progressive disease. How early would someone need to maybe think about using this treatment?
The treatment is really for the earliest stages of Alzheimer's disease, a stage called mild cognitive impairment, meaning that people have the loss of short-term memory and cognitive decline, but are still functionally normally in daily activities, or the mild dementia stage of Alzheimer's disease, where people are already starting to have a decline in their daily activities, but they still don't need assistance. They're not dependent for those activities.
And I know we talked about this being a milestone, but just how big of a milestone is it to have this new treatment available?
This treatment is one of the first that treats the underlying biology of Alzheimer's disease and slows down the progression. Prior treatments mainly treated the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease, but did not slow down the relentless decline. So it is a milestone in terms of the way people can treat Alzheimer's disease, and we hope that it'll drive more research and new treatments in Alzheimer's disease.
For sure. I know here in Memphis, we work with a gentleman. He's one of the big fundraisers for the Alzheimer's Association. So being able to have this new treatment come out, maybe more funding coming your way, huge in order to eventually, hopefully, find a cure for Alzheimer's disease. This has been a great interview. I've enjoyed talking with you and learning more about this. Where can people go if they want to find out more?
People can go to leqembi.com, that's LEQEMBI.com, to learn more about the treatment and the appropriate people that may be eligible for it.
Good deal. Well, Dr. Irizarry, I appreciate your time this morning, and you have a great rest of your day, all right?
Thank you. You too.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Inflation and interest rates, they are still running hot, leaving many consumers hesitant to spend money on items and activities that they truly love. And there's also concerns of a recession, if we're headed towards one, if we're in one right now. Let's bring in a smart shopping expert, Trey Bodge, to talk more about consumers and their spending habits, what they're concerned about. Trey, good morning. Let's talk about the latest spending trends and the challenges that Americans face right now.
So thank you so much for having me. This is such an important topic. Obviously, as you said, inflation continues to arise, and what we are seeing right now is a bit of a spending slowdown year over year, and then from March over February, month over month. Consumers are keeping their wallets a little bit closer. They're spending less. But of course, at the same time, we're heading into summer. We're wanting to travel. We have all these gifts to give, Mother's Day, Father's Day, grads, weddings. And so it's a tough time because consumers want to spend, but may not have the money to do so. And we're obviously avoiding debt as well because debt is more expensive. So it's a little bit of a tricky time financially for many Americans.
Yeah, no question about it, Trey. And I was just going to ask you, I mean, we got Mother's Day this weekend. Next month, we have Father's Day. Got a couple graduates in my family, got to get gifts for. How do we stay on budget with all this stuff?
So that is a great question, and that is really the key point here. We want to stay on budget. So I would suggest taking a couple minutes and taking a look at your budget, seeing if there's wiggle room, and then getting a sense of how much you can spend per person, and then planning your gift giving accordingly. The other thing that I would say is look for ways to save. Because this is such a big gift giving time, a lot of retailers will be offering sales. And so you should take advantage of looking at your favorite deals site to see if you can maybe get a coupon or earn some cash back. And then also don't ignore your memberships. You might have discounts coming that you don't even know are there. So for example, if you're an AARP member and you haven't bought some flowers for mom yet, there are amazing discounts with FTD. You can save 25% site-wide right now. And there are ways to save additionally on select bouquets by using code AARP30 or AARP40 to save on select bouquets. So by taking those extra steps, you can save significantly.
I like those ideas, memberships, coupons, that sort of thing. What about celebrations? Going out and trying to fight the crowds on Mother's Day is something that nobody wants to be a part of. And I understand that maybe celebrating at home might be a better option. Tell me more.
Yeah, so I love that. I mean, I am not one to go out and fight the crowds on Mother's Day either. And obviously, sometimes there's a prefix menu and there aren't things on there that everyone wants. And so I say celebrate at home. And a great way to do that is to do it collaboratively with the people around you. Have a potluck. Everyone loves to show off their favorite or their famous cookie recipe or their chili recipe. Have everyone bring something. And that obviously impacts the amount of time that you're spending to plan and also the amount that you're spending as well financially. So that's a really good way to lighten the load and have a great time at the same time.
So after we get all this, Mother's Day, Father's Day, graduations, we're still trying to keep to that budget, stick to it as much as possible. And sometimes your health and health checkups might get in the way of that, or at least you don't want to initially spend for something like that. How can we stay on the budget, but yet still pay attention to our health to keep it at optimal levels?
Right. So throughout the pandemic, so many people stopped going to the doctor. Obviously, we were afraid to for a while, and then we just kind of put those things on the back burner. So I'm suggesting to everyone to get back on that schedule, get your regular checkups, because obviously health problems are more expensive than being healthy, right? And then I would also say if you're interested in maybe getting your hearing checked or your eyes checked, these are very important things as well. And if you happen to be an AARP member, there are ways to save on both of those areas. So believe it or not, there are ways to save on your health care as well. And so you really want to keep up with those appointments and then make sure to get your hearing and eyes checked at the same time.
Anything else, Trey, before we let you go? This has been some great ideas and suggestions for people.
Yeah, so the last thing that I would say, because interest is so high, it's really important to try to avoid credit card debt because debt becomes more expensive when the interest rates are high. So try to stay within your budget when you're buying these gifts or hosting these gatherings, and you'll be much better for it.
All right, Trey Baj, a smart shopping expert there. We really appreciate you joining us here on the Digital Desk. Thanks for the recommendations and suggestions. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It is a Wednesday morning, and boy, is it a chilly one. 31 degrees in Midtown Memphis, coming to you at 7 o'clock. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis has been talking about the cold snap that we were supposed to get today. It certainly took place. He was our first alert about a week ago, Patrick.
Yes, again, I go back to this. It says it right there. So what I'm going to do, because Action News 5 pays me, I'm going to make sure that you know it's first alert all day long. So
nice.
That's what that's the thing. It's like, but we're going to do that in a sense that we're going to let you know ahead of time when the weather is going to get a little bit more active. And of course, just the changes, giving you that first alert to a warming trend. How about that? Here in the next few days. Of course, we had to get past the cold front to get to the warming trend, and we've got that colder air that is stuck in place here this morning. A beautiful sight here this morning on this November the 1st. Still looks a little bit more like spooky season as you look off towards the west with the orange glow, or off to the east rather, with that orange glow this morning from our High 5 camera here in Midtown. You're looking back out towards East Memphis. You see the Clark Tower off in the distance this morning. Temperatures have dipped down to 31 here in Memphis, but the outlying areas, as expected, middle 20s in West Tennessee, North Mississippi, upper 20s this morning, as well as in portions of eastern Arkansas. 30 degrees in Clarksdale, 26 in Tunica. Add in a little bit of a breeze, 5 to 10 miles per hour. It makes it feel even colder. What may be spookier than the colors of the sunrise this morning? Well, it's going to be that, and the cold for that matter. It's going to be related to the cold, and it's going to be your tire pressure monitor system. And guess what? That sensor may pop off here this morning. Why is that the case? Why is it whenever it gets cold that happens? Well, when you're driving down the road, that friction of the rubber to the road warms up the rubber, warms up the air molecules inside of the tire. It gets more excited. It creates more pressure, so it creates higher pressure. So warmer tire, warmer air in general, higher pressure. When it's colder outside, the air molecules are less excited. They're in a more stable state. So colder tire, colder air, lower pressure. And unfortunately, that means that usually that sensor will go off. And for my car specifically, I think it's like 27 pounds per square inch. I got one tire that's sitting right at like 28. So I'm hoping that I don't go out to the parking lot here this morning and it's down below 27 because I don't feel like really having to deal with that, that tire pressure sensor just kind of sitting there. But the reason why is because a general rule here, 10-degree temperature drop. For each 10 degrees, you lose 1 PSI. We were 80 degrees on Saturday. We went down to the lower 30s this morning, so that's about 5 PSI. And in some instances, it's probably closer to 6 PSI because we're down in the 20s this morning. But there are some improvements on the way. After a cold start here this morning in the upper 20s and lower 30s, we'll work our way only to 50. Cold day today, lots of sunshine, a few passing clouds tomorrow, starting off near freezing. will be a little bit warmer by lunchtime tomorrow, lower to middle 50s to near 60 degrees by the afternoon hours. And it gets even warmer in the extended range. That warming trend, as I was mentioning, giving you that first alert for the upper 60s. That's closer to normal for early November, and low to mid 70s as we head towards the end of the weekend and start of next week. There's a system that will come down the pipeline that could bring us a couple of showers. That system, most of its energy pulling north of us. Now, yesterday, this particular model, the European, and as well as the GFS model for that matter, the Canadian, also depicted that we would get this front to come through here, bring us a chance for some rain. We need the rainfall too. We only picked up just over 1.5 inches of rain for the entire month of October. And a lot of that actually happened on the back end of the month because of that system that came through here the last weekend. But this system looks to pull most of its moisture to the north, though it could still spark a few clouds and a few showers late Monday into Tuesday. It doesn't look like it's going to be a ton. Now, that could change. We'll keep you alerted to that change if it does happen. But just giving you a heads up, there's a front that will be on the move that could spark a few showers, and we could have to adjust the numbers moving forward. That front works its way southward, but there's a lingering little disturbance that could squirt across the area that could spark a couple showers on Wednesday as well. The next system attaches itself to the back end of that first system. So one system pulling away, the next one developing to the west. This one will come down the pipeline. This one could be the next one that actually brings us more appreciable rainfall. That would likely also bring some cooler weather in a bigger sense by the middle and latter portion of next week. Now, you can see the 10-day forecast on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. We've got all of the areas updated with your 10-day forecast, whether you're in West Tennessee, Memphis, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas. Each area of the Action News 5 coverage area has a different forecast. Why would we just give you the 7-day? I know the 7-day that you see here, this is for Memphis and Shelby County, but the outlying areas don't always have the same forecast. We give you a updated forecast for each zone and each area of the Action News 5 forecast area right there in the palm of your hand that you can look at. And so you have an updated forecast for your local area specifically. Now, again, this is the Memphis forecast, and you notice the temperatures on the upward swing. Again, I think we're upper 40s to near 50 degrees here today, near 60 after a frosty start tomorrow, 32. The overnight low here in Memphis. I think the outlying area is still in the upper 20s to near 30 degrees starting off tomorrow morning. I still think we're frosty early Friday morning. Okay, 38 doesn't seem like, oh, well, how could frost form at 38 degrees? Well, it does happen. It's because the surfaces, your car windshield, will tend to be a bit colder than the actual ambient air temperature. It gets a little bit colder. So it wouldn't be surprising to get down to 32 on your car surfaces on Thursday night into Friday morning. So 38, we can still get a little bit of patchy frost there early on Friday morning. And I think in the outlying areas, we're still dealing with frost in a general sense. 40s when you wake up early Saturday morning. So no frost there, and temperatures will continue their upward trend towards the middle 70s and overnights in the 50s. So we do get a rebound in numbers, Andrew, over the next couple of days, but this is the beginning of it. We got to start there to get somewhere else here between now and the end of the weekend. Of course, not to mention, hey, time change coming up this weekend as well, Saturday night into Sunday.
You know, I do love the fact that there's lots of sunshine throughout the 7-day forecast. That helps so much, even if the high is 50 today, you know?
Yeah, you know, yesterday I walked outside as the second front was moving through here, and of course the wind was starting to pick up again. We had a couple of clouds moving through, but it was sunny, and when the wind wasn't blowing, it didn't feel terrible. And when you have that sunshine, it can act, even though it's cold outside, it can act a little warmer than it actually is. And that's kind of how it felt yesterday. We managed 53 yesterday afternoon. Our forecast was 52. So, hey, we were on par, okay? And I think we do it again here the next couple of days. The only difference is between today and yesterday is the fact that we had a second front moving through here late last night. That was what was kicking up those winds. And, of course, a chilly night for trick-or-treaters across the area. And, of course, those same kids getting up to get on the bus stop this morning, and it is pretty chilly to start off the day. But, thankfully, we'll go from long sleeves to short sleeves yet again just in time for the weekend.
Now, we also talk so much about the holiday season. It is rapidly approaching, believe it or not. We're at the end of October. Suddenly, November's right around the corner. And look out, holidays will be here before we know it. So we see ads for weight loss everywhere about obesity, but there's another health danger that perhaps is maybe too often ignored. It's being too thin or low body mass index. It's a health risk that impacts so many different people, caused by poor nutrition, underlying health conditions. It's a concern, certainly, regardless of age, but it has become a significant problem for older adults and seniors. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this on the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm joined now by Dr. Kendra Shepard. She is with Dedicated Senior Medical Center to talk about this issue. Dr. Shepard, I appreciate you joining us here. Let's talk about this health risk that people might not know about. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, a lot of people just think about obesity because we talk about it so much, but among older adults, having low BMI or being underweight can lead to significant health challenges. And that is something that we like to address here at Dedicated, because of those challenges of being underweight can often lead to lower life expectancy and decreased quality of life. So we want them to have the best quality of life as they age in their golden years.
Yeah, so let's talk about this issue for a minute, Dr. Kendra, because here we are, we're focused on keeping an ideal body weight, I guess you could say. I mean, there's so many Americans that are obese. It's certainly a problem, and it's been well documented. But on the other side of the spectrum, having too much of a lower body mass index is such a problem. Can you go through maybe understanding when there is a problem, signs, symptoms, and then how to speak to that person saying, hey, look, I think you might have a problem here?
Sure. So basically, the first sign is actually just having the patient come in and measuring their height and measuring their weight. And then we go into what their nutrition is like. So are they eating 3 meals a day? Do you have an appetite? And sort of go through their history of, are you having more infections? Have you noticed any changes in your body? And if they are noticing these things, whether it's from medical conditions or from social determinants of health, sort of like food insecurity and not getting access to the food, these are things that we address in our clinic.
So what about if someone and the person understands, okay, I might have a problem, then what do? How do you get that person help?
Yes. So it's so important for us to build trust with our patients because we want our patients to feel safe to share with us their concerns and to begin this discussion, because there can be a stigma with being underweight, so we see the stigma both with being overweight and underweight. So the first thing we want to do is just build trust with the patient, and then the second thing we want to do is look into sort of like the root causes. So we do go into looking for conditions and making sure that we're treating those things that can be reversed, making sure it's not chronic conditions, looking at their medicines. So if they are taking medicines, is it a side effect of the medicines that they're taking? And then also still looking at what some would consider non-medical causes, which is food insecurity and having access to those good fruits and vegetables and frequent meals.
Is there a place in Memphis where people can go for help with regards to this, or perhaps, I don't know, a caregiver or a family member that sees an issue that they can really maybe talk to someone in person?
Absolutely. So we at Dedicated absolutely believe that should start with your doctor, and then once we see you and go over your medical conditions, then we do have sessions where we get you in with whether it's virtual, in-person nutrition education classes. We partner with people in the city that are offering free or low cost nutrition education. We here at the center hold, demo classes for healthy eating and what that looks like. And then we also make sure that, our patients have access to the food that they need, so we definitely still want them to come in and be evaluated. We want to rule out the quote unquote bad things. We want to make sure that we're not, ignoring those things. But then once we get to that, then we just do what we call just that dedicated counseling on improving their nutrition and ultimately their weight.
And with older people, Dr. Kendra, we're talking about, brittle bones, they could be falling, not having the energy.
Yes.
There's all kinds of ailments when it comes to this issue, right?
Yes. Absolutely. Being underweight is, people talk about, it's just an overlying, that can be, we talk about obesity being a chronic disease and sort of shifting our thinking toward that versus it being a motivation, issue, and so underweight is the same thing. So it does affect our bones, as you mentioned. You can lead to thinning bones. It can make you feel fatigued. And so we look at your bones, we look at your vitamins deficiencies if you have any, and we correct those things. A lot of it can be corrected by just getting proper nutrition. And I think for a long time, nutrition was not really emphasized in the medical community, but we really work hand in hand, getting that proper nutrition to reverse those effects of being underweight.
Okay, Dr. Kendra Shepard, one more thing before we let you go. Where can we go online to learn more about this issue of, being too thin or low body mass index for seniors?
Mm-hmm. Well, for seniors, we encourage people to still come in. Now obviously we do have our website that it's dedicated to Memphis.com if you want to come in and have a tour and just come and see us and talk to us about that. When it comes to web resources, we want you to always stick with real validated sites. And so that may be a national reputable hospital. It can be your local university and hospital website, but at the bottom line is we want them to have trust with their doctor. Their doctor can give them the resource directly, as they have that trust, and give them all the resources they need when they're seeing them in the clinic.
Okay, Dr. Kendra Shepard, we appreciate you from the Dedicated Senior Medical Center. Thanks so much for valuable information on a topic that's often ignored. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk.
Thank you so much for having us.
Right now, I want to talk about the holidays being right around the corner. I mean, we're talking like just a few more days, and we're going to be dealing with getting ready for Thanksgiving, getting those holiday decorations up, maybe some shopping, the food, the house guests coming over. That can be so stressful for anybody out there. All right. And sometimes people tip the glass a little too much when it comes to those stressful situations out there. Well, my next guest here on the Action News 5 digital desk is a sober mom advocate, and someone who says, hey, look, those stressful situations happen, but there are ways to deal with it that you don't need alcohol in order to deal with it. Let's bring in Celeste Yvonne. She is a sober mom advocate, a writer, a certified recovery coach, and she is very active on social media as well. You can see she has written a book. It's not about the wine, the loaded truth behind mommy wine culture. Celeste, thanks for joining us on the digital desk. Tell me why, first off, why you wrote that book and why you're a sober mom advocate.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. I wrote this book to help mothers, but really anybody who feels stuck in the alcohol trap. I think motherhood can be very exhausting and it can lead to burnout. But I wanted mothers to learn other coping strategies that did not involve alcohol to help them find a sustainable way to take care of themselves and to cope.
Yeah, I totally get it. I know exactly what you're talking about. And you know, with the holidays, you got kids, you got relatives, you got perhaps maybe some relatives that you're not big fans of. I mean, you're dealing with all kinds of different things, and that can add to the stress. So let's talk about some ways that I guess people out there can navigate the holidays in a sober mindset without being too overwhelmed.
Yeah, and when it comes to parenting and motherhood, the mental load of motherhood around the holidays, I think I would even call it the mental load of the holidays, because the responsibilities that come along with the holidays and the planning and the events and the traditions really adds to the anxiety, to the exhaustion and the burnout. And it can be easy for somebody to lean on alcohol, to feel drawn to alcohol, especially when it's everywhere and it's available all the time. So my recommendations would be, to hold yourself accountable if you do plan on doing the holidays sober, to have an accountability partner, somebody you can talk to about it, who might be attending the events with you, and you can kind of hold each other accountable and commit yourself through the evening. I'd also recommend bringing non-alcoholic options with you to events and gatherings, having them readily available so you're not stuck as the only person stuck drinking ice water that evening if you're at a party. And then I would say have a plan B in place. If you have to drive yourself separately because you're worried about being triggered or you're worried about being at an event so long that you might just give in and cave in to the temptation, take your own car, have another means of transportation, make it available to you that you can get out of a scene or a place where you don't feel where you feel uncomfortable and you might need a getaway car.
Yes, I completely understand. I mean, this is something that is an issue for so many families out there, including mine. I have some family members that are very sensitive to this issue and this topic, both men and women. Tell me about the emotional sobriety. That's a term that you use sometimes. Tell me about that.
Yeah, when I talk about emotional sobriety, it's not so much just abstaining from alcohol. It's really digging deeper into what you were using the alcohol to do. How were you using alcohol as a crutch? Kind of the why behind the alcohol use and how was it serving you? I think when you start to dig deeper into what you think alcohol is doing for you, you can really learn about yourself and what is driving and motivating you. And that's a great way for you to find alternatives, especially healthier, more sustainable alternatives to take care of yourself.
You know, I love that idea, and it's interesting that you mentioned also that this mommy wine culture. It's almost like it's, oh, ha 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 ha. People laugh it off, but it can lead to some real serious issues down the road, and really kind of distract from a real issue out there that mothers don't get as much support as they probably deserve during this time of season, right?
Yes, absolutely. I genuinely believe mommy wine culture and this concept that a glass or two of wine can fix what ails us or our struggles as mother really gaslights us, because the struggles we're experiencing are so much more significant than anything wine could ever fix. And when I think we talk about or joke about needing wine to cope, it's really speaking more to the struggles we have in motherhood, which is trying to balance work life with motherhood, with these impossible parenting standards we put forth, with a lack of flexibility in the workplace, and then with a lack of equal distribution on the home front, where it feels like we might even be working a full-time job, but we are coming home to a full-time job. And sometimes we're coming home to a full-time job with a partner who isn't willing to also contribute to the household tasks.
So, Celeste, we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. If you were to give maybe, one, two, or let's say three kind of headlines or bullet points for people going into the holiday season to just be mindful of, what would you tell them with regards to this topic?
I would say if somebody is sober curious, or if somebody feels a little nudge when they think about their own drinking, to consider a 30-day break from alcohol and just see what happens. You're going to learn a lot from taking 30 days off the table of alcohol. You probably will get back from those 30 days sleeping better, with improved mood, and with higher energy. And I would genuinely say that you have nothing to lose when you don't drink, and you have everything to gain. So give it a shot. And you do not have to do it alone. Find a sober community. There are plenty of people doing the exact same thing as you, and you have a community and accountability right at your fingertips.
Great idea, and something that I showed some of my family members when we were going through dry January earlier this year is the pictures of people's faces who go sober for 30, 60, 90 days, a year, 2 years, and so forth. I mean, it's incredible, their transformation, and just kind of fueling the fire of what you're talking about.
Absolutely. I'm almost 6 years sober, and I look at the pictures of me before I quit, and you can even see, I feel like, the fog in my eyes. The light that comes back when you take alcohol off the table, for someone like me with a drinking problem, it's night and day. And you see it in a glow, you see it in your eyes, and you feel it. You can feel it in your presence.
Absolutely. Celeste Yvonne, really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for the wonderful conversation. And I know that there's some people out there that are really going to take your words to heart. So thanks so very much for the conversation. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Of course, something that may be noticed when you walk out the door this morning. Well, for one, it's just plain old cold outside. But something with your car, when you're heading off to work today, you may notice that tire pressure sensor goes off. Well, why is that happening? Well, okay, let's talk about the air pressure inside of your tire first off. When it's warmer outside or when you're driving down the road, think about this for a second. If you turn on the pressure sensors on your car, like on the dashboard, and you're driving down the road, you may notice over a time period that as it warms up, as you drive down the road a little bit longer, those pressures will start to go up. So a warmer tire or warmer air will tend to have more excited air particles inside of that tire that will be more engaged and a little bit higher pressure to go. When it's colder outside, you don't have as much movement of those air particles. So it tends to have lower pressure that is exerting on the outward side of the tire walls. So that's why your tire pressure sensor will go off. And it depends on the car, it depends on the make, the model, it depends also on the size of your tire, when that tire pressure sensor will go off. I know for my car, it goes off at 27 PSI. So if it's above 27, it will stay off. But if it goes below 27, it will go on. And a 10-degree temperature drop, in a general sense here, will drop your PSI of about 1 PSI. So we went from 80 degrees on Saturday, and this morning we're starting off in the upper 20s and near 30 degrees. So averaging across the Mid-South, a 5 PSI drop. So that may have triggered your tire pressure sensor to go off. Now, there's a warming trend that's on the way, and eventually those air particles will get a little bit more excited as we head towards the upcoming weekend. But, you know, just so you know, the tire pressure is going to be a little bit low here the next few days. Upper 20s and low 30s this morning, on our way to the upper 40s and near 50 degrees as we head through the day ahead. Tonight, it's another cold one, but not as cold as where we started off this morning. A lot of spots were in the middle 20s. Tonight, upper 20s to lower 30s. So a bit milder to start off tomorrow morning, but still plenty cold enough that will still inspire you to grab a jacket. But as we've mentioned, it's a first alert to a warming trend. We go from 50 degrees today, add about, say 20 degrees or so, 25 degrees as we head towards the upcoming weekend. So 50 to 60 to the upper 60s to the low and mid 70s in a 5-day period. Of course, we're at the bottom of it right now as we get ready for that warming trend. The next system to come down the pipeline will bring us a chance for a few showers by late Monday into Tuesday. But of course, that warmer air is going to be filtering in here. So Monday is probably going to be one of our warmer days, with highs getting in the middle to upper 70s across much of the Mid-South. This system will bring that cold front swinging through here, may kick up a shower or two late Monday into early Tuesday. Some of the guidance yesterday suggested a bit more in the way of rainfall. We wish we could get that. We need the rainfall. We only picked up about 1.5 inches or just over 1.5 inches of rain for the entire month of October. This system may not bring us the rainfall, but may still be able to spark a couple of showers because there's another system that's going to be developing to the south and west of us. That will start to lift northward heading into Wednesday and Thursday. That could lead us a better chance for some rain by that point in time. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Not only do you have interactive radar right there in the palm of your hand, severe weather alerts, but also your local forecast. Of course, the First Alert Weather team, we tirelessly get that information out to you every single day, multiple times a day, keeping you updated on the changing weather right there in the palm of your hand. So whether it's your hourly forecast or your 10-day forecast, it's updated by your First Alert Weather team. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. And again, the 10 days right there in the palm of your hand on the app. 50 the high temperature today, 20s and 30s tomorrow morning. More frost on the windshields again, not just tomorrow morning, but I think also for Friday morning as well. I know 38 doesn't seem like it could have frost, but it is possible because again, your surfaces, your windshield is actually tends to be colder than the actual air temperature. So between 36 and 38 degrees, we can get frost. Temperatures will ease back upward. No frost probably on Saturday morning, but we work our way towards the 70s for highs as we head through the weekend. Not to mention time change coming up this weekend, falling back 1 hour Saturday night into Sunday. Clouds will start to thicken up a bit by Monday to Tuesday, and a chance for an isolated shower late Monday into Tuesday as that first portion of the system pushes through the region.
My friend Talisa Franklin over at WAVN The Trend, joining us now on the digital desk. Talisa, how are you?
I am amazing, Andrew. I am amazing. I have no complaints because it's not good for you anyway to complain. So I'm just amazing that God is keeping me, and I'm grateful to be with you each and every week. You just don't know how you make me feel. Just your presence, it really touches my heart. So I just want to tell you publicly that I love you.
I love you too, and I feel the exact same way, Talisa. You're always a bright, radiant ray of light in an otherwise dark and cruel sky sometimes. So we appreciate you, and we certainly do each and every Tuesday. But you know what? The sun is out, it is shining, so it's a little bit cold. That's okay. It's going to be a great day, and we know we got some great events coming up, right?
We do, and I just want to remind people on this Friday, I am so grateful that when I call on my friends and say, hey, we need to do something and be a blessing to our community. So we have put together for a food giveaway for our senior citizens, because many people know some of our seniors, they're on a fixed income and sometimes they just run a little short on food. And I just don't want to be the person to say my grandmother, my grandfather don't have any food. And so I just said all the Bluff City seniors are my grandparents. And so I'm grateful for my friends over in the Merit Group that believed in the vision like I believed in the vision, support. And then not only that, to have my dear friend and my dear brother, Pastor Ricky D. Floyd, and Lady Pastor Sheila Floyd at Pursuit of God Church, their ministry teamed in, and Councilwoman Michael and Easter Thomas, she teamed in and said, y'all, we're going to do this for our seniors. And so what a great way to kick off Thanksgiving month. The month of Thanksgiving is giving food away. On this Friday, y'all, I want y'all to meet me. Any seniors is out there, you don't have to get out your car. Grateful to Mid-South Transplant Foundation that's volunteering, and so many other volunteers is going to be with me on that day as we be a blessing to over 200 seniors. And we're going to give them the essentials in which they need to make sure they have some food in their cupboard. So this Friday at 11 o'clock at the Pursuit of God Church on Watkins, 3759 Watkins, Memphis, Tennessee, of course, in the Fraser area. Meet me, and I cannot wait to literally walk up and down the cars and just tell people, especially our seniors, thank them for all they have done for our community. And I just believe, Andrew, that it is up to us to keep giving beacon of hope to so many people, especially our seniors, because you know and I know many of our seniors, unfortunately, have found themselves afraid to come out their homes. And so I want to give them a reason to come out and smile and get some blessings and just know that somebody cares for them and they have not forgotten. That this Friday, y'all, meet me there at the Pursuit of God Church as I do a food giveaway for our senior citizens of the Bluff City. So I look forward to seeing you all there. And then on Saturday, I have something for everybody. It's Let's Dance. What is Let's Dance? It's a liturgical celebration where, in honor of National Donor Sabbath Month, we are celebrating with dancing. Many people have been faced with needing an organ or tissue transplant. And so the work that Mid-South Transplant Foundation is doing in our community is life-changing. And so I reached out to my good friends and said, y'all, I want to do this dance showcase because there's so many churches around the Bluff City and they're praising God and they're praising God through a dance. Can we do a big showcase and pull everybody together and celebrate them? And my friends said, oh yeah, Talisa, we're going to do that. And so because of that, we're doing that. And I just want to send some shout outs to the churches that's going to be at this event on Saturday. It's 4 o'clock. It's free admission. Bring the whole wide family. We are honoring a few people that have received, been donor families or maybe received an organ. And also, I just want to thank the people like GIFC Praise Dancers, Hannah Richardson, Lakina's Bonet Foundation, Warriors of Faith, Kingdom Stars, of course, Mid-South Transplant, Simply Anointed, Flame, Troop 13137, Girl Scouts, Devotions in Motion. And then we have Memphis Youth Arts Initiative, and we have Willing Souls Praise Dancers. And most of all, y'all, we have a space where it's going to show everybody around our community. We're all working together to love on each other, to shine the awareness on organ and tissue donation. I have a heart on my license because I believe it's imperative. And I tell people 4 of my family members are living because of donation. And so I'm telling you, if you don't have a heart on your license, please consider it, and then go to www.midsouhtransplant.org and get all the information that you need so that you can be an organ and tissue donator. And let me tell you, this weekend is going to be all about giving and showing love, Andrew. So I'm so proud. I'm so grateful for the work that we're doing here in the city.
We need that work too, Talisa. So we are grateful for you and everyone that is putting together these events and plenty more that you highlight each and every week. We need it, Talisa, and we're so thankful for you. God bless you.
Bless you as well.
Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. A recent Forbes study, get this, finds 40% of responders, so that's almost 50%, that's almost half, 40% had their personal information compromised while using public Wi-Fi. So that's like airport Wi-Fi. That's bad news for travelers when you think about it. I mean, 1 in 3 say they rely on that airport Wi-Fi to do business or, conduct all kinds of personal and other business out there. More than half of Americans confess to using these public networks at their hotel, for example. That's an issue, especially when you're trying to unwind on some traveling. How do you protect yourself against cyber criminals when you hear that kind of statistic? Well, it's something that is the topic of our next guest who's joining me right now. I'm joined by Jessica Naziri. She is a tech expert. She's someone who is also the chief technologist of TechSesh.co. Jessica, I appreciate you joining us here. Let's talk a little bit about some of the ways criminals, first off, target Americans, target travelers, and what we need to be aware of when we join these public Wi-Fis. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. We don't even think about it. It's just common sense logging onto Wi-Fi, whether we're near home or traveling. And get this, you said that Norton study, literally everyone is getting on and they think they're safe, but 40% of Americans between the ages of 25 and 34 had their credit card details stolen while traveling. And then 33% have fallen for those free vacation scams. And you know what? This could be because they were using public Wi-Fi. So because of this, one of the first things I always recommend to travelers is to really be wary of public Wi-Fi networks. There are some bad actors out there setting up fake networks that look real. I've seen it at airports. I've seen it at hotels, even vacation rentals, my beloved coffee shop. They look like the real deal, but bad actors, they're collecting your personal information. So, I understand Wi-Fi is important. You want to spend time looking on your Instagram, or you want to log into your email. You want to make sure before you join that you're not joining a Wi-Fi that is vague. For example, free airport Wi-Fi, red flag, or one that looks identical to the real one. For example, Denver airport underscore free Wi-Fi underscore. It looks very similar to Denver airport free Wi-Fi without the underscores and the extra free, excuse me. Another thing to be wary of is connecting to any network that lets you connect without asking you to agree to its terms of service.
All good information, but you know, some of the things I think about, Jessica, is when I'm in some places where public Wi-Fi is offered, I have to be on there, because if I try to just do it with my normal phone or, you know, laptop, for example, I mean, you know, the cell phone service is so poor that you have to join the Wi-Fi. So how do we protect ourselves?
Yeah, you're right. And so this is where a VPN comes in, a virtual private network. It's hands down the best and easiest way to protect your personal information. Not enough people know about it, so I'm here to tell you a VPN, super important to educate yourself. It's essentially a private tool that lets you get online securely from anywhere, and it protects you by disguising your IP address, and it creates a secure encrypted tunnel where all of your online activity flows. So essentially, this shields you from nearby cyber criminals who are getting really good at being criminals online. And a lot of them are actually using special equipment these days to snoop on your online activity. So that's one way to protect yourself.
What about some other tips out there? I mean, there's still people that are planning trips late in the summer. They're planning some trips for the fall and winter. What kind of other tips do you have?
Absolutely. So everyone that I know has been on vacation or about to go on vacation, just like you said. I've been seeing a lot of posts on social media. My biggest tip is, if you're going to take those pictures and you're going to post them, make sure you're not adding your location. And if you definitely really want to post those pictures, at least go on private and post those pictures when you're back from vacation, so no one knows you're not home. I'm actually in sunny LA right now on a staycation, and I'm actually using a VPN. I'm using Norton. I've partnered with them. A very great and easy way to stay safe online. I trust them. I know that if I'm home or on a vacation or traveling, that they will actually secure my information online.
Okay, so I was just about to ask you about VPNs. What are the best ways to take us through just kind of a one-on-one, 101 course, you know, basic course of VPNs and how to choose the right one?
Absolutely. So there's so many out there, but really it's affordable and it's a super easy way to reduce your risk when you go online. You don't want to get a VPN after the fact. If you're someone who checks your banking apps, surfing the web, goes on social media, you know, going on to email, logging into really important information, which is literally everyone, you need a VPN, especially because you don't want that special information to fall into the wrong hands. So the best thing to do is get a VPN. I trust Norton. They have the Norton Secure VPN. And with them, it's super easy. You just have to go to their website, download the app, and you know that it's safe. You can go online and all your private information stays private.
What about, Jessica, where people can get more information about this topic? Because it's so important. It's an evergreen topic. I mean, we're always talking about cybersecurity, and we so need it badly.
You know, we so need it badly. You can get more information on Norton.com and search VPN. And something else that I really want to talk about, the cyber criminals are just getting so good. We also have artificial intelligence getting a lot of calls that are spammy and pretending to be a specific person. So Norton actually just launched a free app. It's called Norton Genie. It can tell you if a text, an email, or a website is a scam or legit. All you have to do is download the app on your phone, or if you have an iOS, the app is on there, or you can go onto the website, you upload a screenshot, you put in your message, and it tells you if it's real or if it's fake. And this really helps you avoid so many potential scams because they're getting so good.
Yeah, they are. No question about it. All right, Jessica Naziri, we appreciate you and giving us those tips that we desperately need to keep all of our private information safe online. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, switching gears a little bit here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We've been talking about the month of May being Mental Health Awareness Month. We are joined now by Renee Dillard. She is Methodist Le Bonheur's Director of Employee Assistance, and she's going to talk to us about taking small steps each day to improve our overall mental health. Renee, good morning to you. Tell me, if someone is watching us right now, we have thousands that are online watching us, what would be some place to begin, or maybe a checklist to kind of say, okay, I need to address my mental health? Good morning.
Good morning. It's great to be with you today, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this topic. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, which is a renewed opportunity for us to really deepen our awareness around mental health and to do some work to continue to decrease maybe the stigma or the resistance to accessing mental health, even when we need it. So I really appreciate this question of what is it that we would be looking for? How would we know that maybe it's time to reach out for some additional support? I think some of the basic things to pay attention to would be, first of all, any changes in sleep and appetite, any changes in our mood. It's a normal, natural reaction for us to be stressed and anxious during really difficult times when we have a lot on our plate. I think, though, if those anxious thoughts persist, or perhaps a lower mood of depression, and we find ourselves beginning to isolate, and maybe it's difficult to meet our responsibilities, function well at work, maybe it's impacting our relationships. These are some of the signs to be watching for, so that we know that, yes, this is the time that I can remember that something's going on and I do not have to handle this all by myself. There are resources and helps available.
Okay, so now that we've identified that, and I think, you know, anything to come out of the pandemic when it comes to mental health is one of the few things positive, I guess you could say, out of the pandemic, is this focus on making sure our mental health is good and straight and above average. And so if we identify that perhaps maybe we have a problem, what are some steps, some guidelines, maybe bullet points that we can do to really kind of get us back into feeling more like ourselves?
It's important to begin with the foundation. Just a reality of being human is that we have particular needs. The good news is that some of the practices that we know are good for our physical health are also good for our mental health. So I always think it's important to begin with the foundation. Are we getting enough sleep? Are we eating some good, nutritious food? Are we drinking water? Are we having some sort of movement or exercise that we are weaving into our daily or weekly life? And one of the foundations for good self-care that is sometimes overlooked is that part of being human is also that we are built for connection. And so are we prioritizing time with family and friends? Are we focusing on the relationships where there is good mutual support, so that we're not always the one giving in the relationship and we're not always the one receiving in the relationship? So that's kind of the foundation for me for good self-care and taking care of ourselves in body, mind, and spirit. Beyond that foundation, I think there are some really interesting practices that we can weave in really small ways, and yet they have a large impact. One is simply to recognize the emotional part of who we are. Sometimes our tendency is that because some of those feelings are uncomfortable, when we are worried or scared or really sad or angry even, is that we tend to tuck all of that away. And again, emotions are simply part of being human, and eventually we can tuck those away for a little while and that'll work, but they're going to come out one way or another, maybe with some irritability, again, some impact on our relationships. And sometimes holding all that in can begin to impact our physical health in some detrimental ways as well. So it helps to just put language to what we're feeling. Simply name it for what it is and kind of give ourselves some permission to feel it. And that alone sometimes will give those emotions a little bit of room to move. And then we can kind of deal with that and be on our way.
I totally agree. I mean, I love what you brought up, just kind of like mindfulness, eat well, get some sunlight, spend time in nature, these types of things, set out a connection, plenty of sleep. Let's say someone who's watching right now has done all those things and they are saying, you know what, Renee, I still don't feel myself. I still don't feel like I am back to where I used to be. What do you tell that person? At what point do we say, maybe I should see a professional?
I appreciate that question, and it gives me an opportunity to clarify that a lot of these practices do not make the stressors in our life go away. Sometimes we are really in the midst of some heavy grief and loss in our life, and so these practices will not necessarily diminish that. They can help us continue to move forward in the midst of challenging times, helping us to be a little more centered, a little more grounded, even as we're carrying what feels like a heavy weight for many of us at this particular season. If you find that these kind of practices, beginning to prioritize a little bit of self-care, making sure that this foundation is in place, and as you've said, even then, your mood is still not where it typically would be or where you would want it to be, you're still having these impacts in your life, that's the time to reach out for some help. Again, it's important to remember that you do not have to walk through that alone. We have some tremendous resources available. One great resource through Methodist Healthcare is the Dennis H. Jones Living Well Network, and that's a connecting resource. So anyone can call the Dennis H. Jones Living Well Network at 762-8558 and speak with a mental health provider, have a phone consultation, and then that provider can connect the caller with whatever the appropriate resource is in the community. So that's a tremendous way to make that first call, get connected somewhere, and take that next step toward really fostering good mental health in our lives.
988, that is another one. That's a hotline that's 24/7, right? And do they do the same thing?
So the 988 number is a tremendous resource as well. If anyone listening now or perhaps pulling this up later is in a moment of crisis, you can call or text 988 and speak with someone right away. If you're having thoughts of suicide, thoughts of harming yourself, or in any kind of mental health crisis, 988 is an immediate access to speak with someone.
Renee, we've hit on a bunch of topics. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Never underestimate the power of a good deep breath, or perhaps just a stretch. I know it may seem, if you're in an office with other people, it may seem uncomfortable, but just stretching and coming back into ourself and into the moment, and a good deep breath can again help keep us centered and grounded, even in the midst of all that is going on around us.
All good points there. Renee Dillard, Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare Director of Employee Assistance. Mental health, we got to protect it. We got to make sure it's at optimal levels. We appreciate your discussion. Again, May is Mental Health Awareness Month. Appreciate it, Renee. Thanks for the conversation.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. 33 degrees, 8:55 as you're taking a live look from downtown Memphis on this Wednesday morning. We'll be talking about the forecast coming up in just a little bit. Well, we have UPS with a hiring blitz that's happening. They're going to be hiring some 60,000 seasonal workers coming up this weekend. Let's talk right now with John Bowers. He's UPS Human Resources Director to talk about this hiring blitz. So this is called UPS's Brown Friday, right, John? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, UPS is Brown Friday. So that's actually Brown Friday is our annual hiring event as we begin ramping up for the peak holiday shopping season. And as you said, this Brown Friday event is happening this Friday and Saturday, and we're looking to hire some 60,000 people just this weekend alone. The event itself actually entails us having 600 hiring events across the country, both virtual and in person, where people that are interested about a great seasonal job at UPS can log in or visit and find out more about what we have to offer.
Tell me about this number, 60,000, compared to previous years. Is it higher? Is it lower? And give me the idea of pay-wise. How much are people going to pay or going to be paid in this seasonal line of work?
Yeah, we actually announced back in the early fall that we were looking to hire around 100,000 people, which is still what our total hiring would be. This weekend alone is that 60,000. And we're looking this weekend specifically for some great jobs, people that are interested in maybe being a package handler. Those are folks who work in our warehouses. And that's a fantastic job because it has flexible hours. We have multiple shifts. So maybe if you're a college student or you have another job or other obligations, we can find a shift that's right for you. And the folks that work in our warehouses make around $21 an hour. We also are looking for people that are interested in being driver helpers, where you get to ride on that UPS brown truck and help deliver the holidays, which is a lot of fun. And you can make up to $21 an hour in that role as well. And then lastly, we have our seasonal support drivers, where you actually deliver our packages out of your own car. And you can make $23 being a driver at UPS. Again, they're great jobs. This is great pay, and it's a fantastic way to get your foot in the door at a fantastic organization during the holiday season.
So your recent job reports, the most recent one says that hiring is slowing. Is that going to have an impact at all this holiday season when it comes to UPS or seasonal workers at all?
For us, we're still going to have a big holiday season as we do every year. And we've been planning for this really since last holiday season ended. We've been ready to deliver the service commitments to our customer. UPS has actually been the on-time delivery performance leader during peak season for the last 5 years, and we plan on making that the 6th year. So we need a lot of people as we get more packages to make that on-time performance peak season goal of being a leader again happen this year.
Okay, so it sounds like a big deal this Friday, a blitz, hiring blitz for UPS. Where can people go for more information?
Yeah, so if you're interested in one of our seasonal jobs, I would encourage you to go to upsjobs.com/Brown Friday, where you can learn all about our hiring events, or you could go ahead and put your application in. This year we've actually sped up our application process, and you can hear back from us in just 20 minutes about a fantastic seasonal job with UPS.
Okay, UPS Human Resources Director John Bowers joining us on the digital desk. We appreciate the info. Good luck on the seasonal hiring event, and thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take another live look right now from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. Bright blue sky, 33 degrees. Your forecast in 60 seconds.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Of course, something that may be noticed when you walk out the door this morning. Well, for one, it's just plain old cold outside. But something with your car, when you're heading off to work today, you may notice that tire pressure sensor goes off. Well, why is that happening? Well, okay, let's talk about the air pressure inside of your tire first off. When it's warmer outside or when you're driving down the road, think about this for a second. If you turn on the pressure sensors on your car, like on the dashboard, and you're driving down the road, you may notice over a time period that as it warms up, as you drive down the road a little bit longer, those pressures will start to go up. So a warmer tire or warmer air will tend to have more excited air particles inside of that tire that will be more engaged and a little bit higher pressure to go. When it's colder outside, you don't have as much movement of those air particles. So it tends to have lower pressure that is exerting on the outward side of the tire walls. So that's why your tire pressure sensor will go off. And it depends on the car, it depends on the make, the model, it depends also on the size of your tire, when that tire pressure sensor will go off. I know for my car, it goes off at 27 PSI. So if it's above 27, it will stay off. But if it goes below 27, it will go on. And a 10-degree temperature drop, in a general sense here, will drop your PSI of about 1 PSI. So we went from 80 degrees on Saturday, and this morning we're starting off in the upper 20s and near 30 degrees. So averaging across the Mid-South, a 5 PSI drop. So that may have triggered your tire pressure sensor to go off. Now, there's a warming trend that's on the way, and eventually those air particles will get a little bit more excited as we head towards the upcoming weekend. But, you know, just so you know, the tire pressure is going to be a little bit low here the next few days. Upper 20s and low 30s this morning, on our way to the upper 40s and near 50 degrees as we head through the day ahead. Tonight, it's another cold one, but not as cold as where we started off this morning. A lot of spots were in the middle 20s. Tonight, upper 20s to lower 30s. So a bit milder to start off tomorrow morning, but still plenty cold enough that will still inspire you to grab a jacket. But as we've mentioned, it's a first alert to a warming trend. We go from 50 degrees today, add about, say, 20 degrees or so, 25 degrees as we head towards the upcoming weekend. So 50 to 60 to the upper 60s to the low and mid 70s in a 5-day period. Of course, we're at the bottom of it right now as we get ready for that warming trend. The next system to come down the pipeline will bring us a chance for a few showers by late Monday into Tuesday. But of course, that warmer air is going to be filtering in here. So Monday is probably going to be one of our warmer days, with highs getting in the middle to upper 70s across much of the Mid-South. This system will bring that cold front swinging through here, may kick up a shower or two late Monday into early Tuesday. Some of the guidance yesterday suggested a bit more in the way of rainfall. We wish we could get that. We need the rainfall. We only picked up about 1.5 inches or just over 1.5 inches of rain for the entire month of October. This system may not bring us the rainfall, but may still be able to spark a couple of showers because there's another system that's going to be developing to the south and west of us. That will start to lift northward heading into Wednesday and Thursday. That could lead us a better chance for some rain by that point in time. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Not only do you have interactive radar right there in the palm of your hand, severe weather alerts, but also your local forecast. Of course, the First Alert Weather team, we tirelessly get that information out to you every single day, multiple times a day, keeping you updated on the changing weather right there in the palm of your hand. So whether it's your hourly forecast or your 10-day forecast, it's updated by your First Alert Weather team. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. And again, the 10 days right there in the palm of your hand on the app. 50, the high temperature today, 20s and 30s tomorrow morning. More frost on the windshields again, not just tomorrow morning, but I think also for Friday morning as well. I know 38 doesn't seem like it could have frost, but it is possible because again, your surfaces, your windshield is actually tends to be colder than the actual air temperature. So between 36 and 38 degrees, we can get frost. Temperatures will ease back upward. No frost probably on Saturday morning, but we work our way towards the 70s for highs as we head through the weekend. Not to mention time change coming up this weekend, falling back 1 hour Saturday night into Sunday. Clouds will start to thicken up a bit by Monday to Tuesday, and a chance for an isolated shower late Monday into Tuesday as that first portion of the system pushes through the region.
Back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, I want to tell you about 3 people facing charges this morning after guns stolen from Gun and Pawn in Atoka were found in a reportedly stolen vehicle. Memphis police arrested 3 people that I want you to, well, do we have that? I don't know if we do. No, I don't think we do. We have Kadarius Stokes, Christian Chisholm, and Kennedy Thomas. They were all arrested. They were in a stolen Dodge Charger. According to police, officers found 3 guns, 2 of which reported stolen. They're being held on bonds. The third one was released on their own recognizance. All right, so let's talk about the deadly shooting that happened outside the Whitehaven restaurant over the weekend. 2 men behind bars expected to be in court in just a few hours. And investigators say one of those guns they said they confiscated at least 4 times in a week had a Glock switch, basically turns into a semi-automatic handgun into a fully automatic handgun. Bria Bolden has more details about this shooting at the table in Whitehaven.
Flowers rest against the door of the table on Elvis Presley Boulevard in Whitehaven after the deaths of owner Alfonso Turner and Darius Day. Their loved ones still piecing together how this all happened.
To take someone else's life is unimaginable. I mean, we are disheartened, heartbroken, in pain right now.
2 days after gunfire rang out at the restaurant, killing both men, Memphis police arrested Darian Banks and Michael Schaefer. According to the affidavit, Banks told police that after trying to break into a car at Turner's restaurant, a man came outside to confront them. Banks said the man shot at them. Banks, Schaefer, and others returned to the business later, firing shots, ultimately killing Turner and Day. Schaefer is charged with theft of property and evading arrest. Banks is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, evading arrest, theft of property, and possession of a prohibited weapon. That prohibited weapon, according to a police affidavit, is a Glock semi-automatic handgun with a drum magazine and a Glock switch. Owning one is a federal crime.
These are illegal machine gun conversion devices. Essentially, federal law treats them as machine guns.
U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, Kevin Ritz, and other city leaders announced in May dozens of prosecutions in the Memphis area for owning a Glock switch.
The only intent for this type of firearm is to kill and to cause destruction.
Memphis police say they don't know how many are on the streets, but their destruction shatters lives.
I hate what they did, but they just wanted the same things that we all want, but unfortunately didn't know how to go about getting it.
And again, the suspects are expected to be in court in just a few hours. Of course, we'll keep you posted on what happens today. Rabbi Micah Greenstein says that he is providing psychological first aid 24/7 to Jews and Jewish people here in Memphis, in Israel, and beyond since the brutal Hamas attacks back on October 7th. He is the leader of Memphis's Temple Israel, and he shared the pain of the unprovoked Hamas attacks with members of the Rotary Club on Sunday. He noted that one aspect of the Hamas attacks, slaughtering more than 1,200 innocent civilians, is worse than what the Nazis carried out against the Jews in the Holocaust. Listen.
Because the Nazis tried to hide what they did. They blew up the concentration, Stalin's people. They tried to cover it up. They didn't want the world to know. Hamas took pictures killing grandmothers and sent it out on their phones to all the friends of the grandmother.
After the Rotary talk, Rabbi Micah hosted a Zoom session where he counseled families being held hostage by Hamas. A mother in Mississippi is searching for her missing son, only to learn that he had been struck and killed by a police car. No one told her for nearly 6 months. Blaine Alexander has more.
The last time Betterstein Wade saw her son Dexter, the two had an argument and he left the house. But 3 days later, when her 37-year-old still hadn't come home, she knew something was wrong.
He's never disappeared like that.
He never disappeared like that. He never.
Within 2 weeks, she filed a police report. For months, her calls to police got the same response: no update.
Help me understand what that time was like for you.
That time was horrible. You would lay in your bed. You would think he might have been out there suffering. Somebody might have had him, tortured him. You just want that call to say, Mom, I'm all right. I'm all right. All you want to do is see your child.
Then, in August, nearly 6 months after Dexter went missing, an investigator finally told her Dexter had been hit and killed by an off-duty Jackson police officer while crossing a highway. It had happened less than an hour after he left home that day in March. Then, another bombshell. Dexter had already been buried in an unmarked grave behind the county jail. The only sign, a pole with the number 672.
Dexter, I tried to find you and I couldn't. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry you're here.
You saw buzzards circling. And you're talking about a frightening thought. Did they even put him in a wood box? Or did they just put him in a body bag and drop him in the ground?
Jackson police have not responded to NBC's request for comment. According to the coroner's office, an investigator identified Dexter and shared contact information for his mother with police. But she says she never received a call. After NBC News broke this story last week, Jackson's mayor said this.
That at no point have we identified or did any investigation reveal that there was any police misconduct in this process and that there was any malicious intent.
Do you believe that?
No.
Attorney Ben Crump says they're asking for the DOJ to open a civil rights investigation. They also plan to exhume the body and perform a private autopsy before giving Dexter a proper burial.
And lay some flowers there, and just to know he's in a safe place.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
I want to talk about sleep apnea. It is something that 40,000 people actually die from it each and every year. Patients use a CPAP equipment machine that help them kind of breathe better when the breathing stops or slows down while they're sleeping. It was the subject of a Best Life report showing you that there is a new innovative way to really help people with sleep apnea, and it's more natural and thinner as a new alternative. Check this out. Obstructive sleep apnea affects almost 1 billion people worldwide when their throat muscles collapse during sleep, blocking their breathing.
Sleep apnea is also related to body weight. As body weight goes up, the throat gets increasingly collapsible at night, and it can become so collapsible that nothing else will help to keep it open besides a CPAP machine or significant weight loss.
Some apnea sufferers are at normal weight but dislike claustrophobic CPAPs attached to long, bulky hoses. Now there's new hope in an implanted device called the Genio that stimulates the nerves that help with breathing.
We're actually providing a gentle pulse to the tongue nerves while a patient is asleep overnight to help open up the airway by moving the tongue forward to unblock the airway and to help keep their throat from blocking up and to help potentially keep them from snoring as well.
A single incision under the chin is made. The Genio is implanted inside and is activated by the patient before bed, allowing them to get a good night's rest. Okay, and so since there's no implanted source with the Genio, and there's no need for battery, so there are tests being done on this at Vanderbilt University, and right now researchers predict it should be available to the public in the next 12 to 18 months. Country music icon Dolly Parton is a Tennessee treasure. We all know that. She's known for so many different things, including those dazzling rhinestone-studded outfits, and now all that glitz and glitter is part of an extraordinary exhibit in Nashville. Ryan Bressling takes us there.
Experience and exposure. That's the goal from the Department of Fashion and Design at Lipscomb University, and they're giving their students some real-world experience from global superstar Dolly Parton, bringing her new costume archive book to life in an exhibit.
I wouldn't think to put a student on a job this big, but they did.
Lipscomb junior Sean Worth is doing work some graphic designers could only dream about.
So as this exhibit is the first physical interpretation of the book, we wanted to pull a lot of inspiration from it in the way that we built the exhibit.
As student art director for Dolly Parton and the Makers, Sean isn't just designing what's on these four walls. He's created a timeline of Dolly's fashion through the years, a t-shirt with a photo exclusive to the book, and what might be his proudest moment, a billboard in Nashville.
And so when you actually start seeing things come together, it's just been cooler than I could imagine.
Department of Fashion and Design Chair Charlotte Poling says 42 students over 12 majors have worked since the spring to bring this exhibition to life.
I had no idea that it would be this big. I had no idea that it would be this impactful.
Poling never could have imagined when they reached out to Team Dolly, asking for a few pieces to showcase at the school, they'd instead send the brand new book and say, go for it.
She stands on a huge platform for education and literacy. So, I mean, this is literally education and literacy. We're standing inside of a library.
It's exposure to the field the students are not taking for granted.
They definitely could have taken some of this into their hands if they felt they needed to, but they trusted us.
An exhibit worthy of the icon, always bedazzled in rhinestones, who wears many coats of many colors.
It looks really good. I was very proud. I'm amazed at how much I've done in my lifetime. I really am. It's like somebody says, how does it feel to see all that? I said, I just think, whew, that's a lot of living.
Okay, check this out here. Security's cameras captured a close encounter with a bear here at a Colorado hotel kitchen. Take a look. People reported seeing the bear inside the kitchen of an Aspen resort Monday. When the security guard went to look, there was the bear. Wow, took a swipe at him. The guard wasn't hurt. Wildlife leaders say the bear entered the hotel from the courtyard, then passing through several doors to reach the kitchen. Unfortunately, they did have to euthanize that bear. Okay, good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. I love this conversation because I think it's so underrated. Your gut health, you will be in the know if you know how important gut health is, because a lot of people don't. Have you checked your gut health? There's a new survey that finds most Americans have not. 2/3 experiencing recurrent digestive issues. It's something that I'm aware of, but I know that other people are not, because when I talk about it, it's like I'm speaking Chinese to a lot of people. Let's bring in someone who knows a little bit about gut health too. I'm joined now by Dr. Andrea Klamis, Chief Medical Officer at MDVIP. Dr. Klamis, appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. What is MDVIP, and if you can inform our audience that's watching right now, talk about gut health and why it maybe is so underrated.
Sure. So MDVIP stands for MD Medical Doctor Value and Prevention. It's a national network of primary care physicians that focuses on personalized preventive wellness. They partner with you to really let you live a longer, happier life. And we have many docs in the Memphis area. So gut health. MDVIP did a survey to understand what Americans know about it. And what we found out is they don't know how important it is. You know, most people think about gut health as just their stomach, but it's really everything from their mouth, well, all the way to the other end. And they didn't know that an unhealthy gut increases your risk for things like heart attack, stroke, diabetes, and even Alzheimer's.
How does someone know if they have a food sensitivity or food allergy? And again, how does gut health really play a role in all that?
Yeah, so 1 in 5 in the MDVIP survey thought they had an intolerance or sensitivity, but it wasn't diagnosed. So first, food allergy, think peanuts, could be life-threatening. Food intolerance, like lactose intolerance, you don't have an enzyme that can break down the proteins in milk or ice cream, and that gives you the GI symptoms. But food sensitivities are things that are mediated by your immune system. And what happens is if you're sensitive to a food, you develop inflammation in your intestine. And this inflammation, just like when you have inflammation on your skin and it's red and it gets swollen, well, if you have inflammation in your gut, you can't absorb nutrients well, and you don't make some of the hormones that we need, like serotonin for your mood, and it can affect your immune system. So you can get GI symptoms plus other symptoms as well.
Interesting stuff here. So tell me more, Doctor, about the survey that was posted and done. Give me some of the results of that.
Sure. So the sad part is 85% of people failed the gut IQ quiz and nobody got an A. I think one of the fun facts was that 50% of people won't poop in a public restroom. But there are some myths out there, like that you should have a bowel movement every day. 70% of people thought that, but yet 3 times a week or 3 times a day may be normal for you, so you don't have to go every day. Also found that younger people, 45 and under, many of them, or 40% of them, say they avoid sex due to GI issues, and 30% said it really affects their quality of life. So you don't need to suffer in silence, and if you have an issue, you need to go to your doctor.
Okay, so we've talked about some of the problems here of an unhealthy gut. What are some great ways, maybe some easy ways, that people can improve their gut health?
Yeah, and you know, as Americans, I think we're always looking for that magic pill. Over 50% said in the MDVIP survey that they've tried a supplement or an enzyme or a probiotic, but food is the best thing to do to improve your gut health. So there are things called probiotics, which are the good bacteria in your gut. You know, we have good and bad bacteria, and it's that balance that makes it healthy or unhealthy. So to get more good bacteria, you need the probiotic foods, yogurt, fermented foods, pickles. And then there are prebiotic foods, or foods that feed the good bacteria. And those are things like garlic, onions, asparagus, and oats. So even adding one of these things can help your GI tract, and then maybe taking out some bad things like processed or fried foods.
Where can people take this gut IQ quiz and maybe just kind of overall learn more about gut health?
So if you go to mdvip.com/gutiq, you can take the quiz, understand what your knowledge gaps are, and then add those to your symptoms. You can learn more on the website, but then make sure you go to a physician that really can talk to you, understand what you're talking about, and spend the time like an MDVIP physician so that they can help you live a longer, healthier life.
Okay, Dr. Andrea Klemis, Chief Medical Officer at MDVIP. Appreciate the conversation. So important to highlight gut health. Thanks very much.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Of course, something that may be noticed when you walk out the door this morning, well, for one, it's just plain old cold outside, but something with your car when you're heading off to work today, you may notice that tire pressure sensor goes off. Well, why is that happening? Well, okay, let's talk about the air pressure inside of your tire first off. When it's warmer outside or when you're driving down the road, think about this for a second. If you turn on the pressure sensors on your car, like on the dashboard, and you're driving down the road, you may notice over a time period that as it warms up, as you drive down the road a little bit longer, those pressures will start to go up. So a warmer tire or warmer air will tend to have more excited air particles inside of that tire that will be more engaged and a little bit higher pressure to go. When it's colder outside, you don't have as much movement of those air particles. So it tends to have lower pressure that is exerting on the outward side of the tire walls. So that's why your tire pressure sensor will go off. And it depends on the car, it depends on the make, the model, it depends also on the size of your tire, when that tire pressure sensor will go off. I know for my car, it goes off at 27 PSI. So if it's above 27, it will stay off. But if it goes below 27, it will go on. And a 10-degree temperature drop, in a general sense here, will drop your PSI of about 1 PSI. So we went from 80 degrees on Saturday, and this morning we're starting off in the upper 20s and near 30 degrees. So averaging across the Mid-South, a 5 PSI drop. So that may have triggered your tire pressure sensor to go off. Now, there's a warming trend that's on the way, and eventually those air particles will get a little bit more excited as we head towards the upcoming weekend. But, you know, just so you know, the tire pressure is going to be a little bit low here the next few days. Upper 20s and low 30s this morning, on our way to the upper 40s and near 50 degrees as we head through the day ahead. Tonight, it's another cold one, but not as cold as where we started off this morning. A lot of spots were in the middle 20s. Tonight, upper 20s to lower 30s. So a bit milder to start off tomorrow morning, but still plenty cold enough that will still inspire you to grab a jacket. But as we've mentioned, it's a first alert to a warming trend. We go from 50 degrees today, add about, say, 20 degrees or so, 25 degrees as we head towards the upcoming weekend. So 50 to 60 to the upper 60s to the low and mid 70s in a 5-day period. Of course, we're at the bottom of it right now as we get ready for that warming trend. The next system to come down the pipeline will bring us a chance for a few showers by late Monday into Tuesday. But of course, that warmer air is going to be filtering in here. So Monday is probably going to be one of our warmer days, with highs getting in the middle to upper 70s across much of the Mid-South. This system will bring that cold front swinging through here, may kick up a shower or two late Monday into early Tuesday. Some of the guidance yesterday suggested a bit more in the way of rainfall. We wish we could get that. We need the rainfall. We only picked up about 1.5 inches or just over 1.5 inches of rain for the entire month of October. This system may not bring us the rainfall, but may still be able to spark a couple of showers because there's another system that's going to be developing to the south and west of us. That will start to lift northward heading into Wednesday and Thursday. That could lead us a better chance for some rain by that point in time. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Not only do you have interactive radar right there in the palm of your hand, severe weather alerts, but also your local forecast. Of course, the First Alert Weather team, we tirelessly get that information out to you every single day, multiple times a day, keeping you updated on the changing weather right there in the palm of your hand. So whether it's your hourly forecast or your 10-day forecast, it's updated by your First Alert Weather team. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. And again, the 10 days right there in the palm of your hand on the app. 50 the high temperature today, 20s and 30s tomorrow morning. More frost on the windshields again, not just tomorrow morning, but I think also for Friday morning as well. I know 38 doesn't seem like it could have frost, but it is possible because again, your surfaces, your windshield tends to be colder than the actual air temperature. So between 36 and 38 degrees, we can get frost. Temperatures will ease back upward. No frost probably on Saturday morning, but we work our way towards the 70s for highs as we head through the weekend. Not to mention, time change coming up this weekend, falling back 1 hour Saturday night into Sunday. Clouds will start to thicken up a bit by Monday to Tuesday, and a chance for an isolated shower late Monday into Tuesday as that first portion of the system pushes through the region.
I want to talk about recycling for a moment because, you know, we all try to be conscientious. We want to do the right thing. But are we doing it properly? Are we doing it the right way? Cardboard, bottles, cans, they're sought after material when it comes to recycling. But still, a lot of us may be guilty of what's called wish cycling. There's new technologies out there to give tons of material second life, but it starts with what you put in your recycle bin. Let's bring in Brent Bell, WM, that's Waste Management's Vice President of Recycling. He's joining us now with what you need to know before you throw items in that recycle bin and what you could do to make sure that more materials are reused. Brent, good morning to you. What is wish cycling and what should we know about what is and what isn't recyclable? Good morning.
Good morning. Wish cycling is a term used to describe folks that have the best intentions when they recycle. They want to put the right items in the recycling bin, but they may not know the rules on what belongs and doesn't belong in the recycling bin.
Yeah, you know, I hear that a lot. I see that with some of my neighbors. What are some of the items that you've seen people try to recycle out there that really don't belong in the recycle bin that are kind of dangerous in a way?
Yeah, so we get a lot of folks that put batteries in the recycling bin, lithium-ion batteries, propane tanks. These can actually cause fires or explosions within the recycling facilities or the trucks that carry that. So we ask consumers to take those back to the proper retail locations to manage those materials. The other thing we get a lot of is what we call tanglers. Garden hoses, we get ropes, we get extension cords. These can actually wrap around the recycling equipment and actually impact how good materials get managed. And then finally, we get a lot of sporting equipment, soccer balls, we get basketballs, and then we get a lot of bowling balls. We get 5,000 bowling balls in our recycling facilities every year. None of this sporting equipment belongs in your curbside recycling program.
I remember hearing that. I think you may have said that to us the last time we talked to you about bowling balls for whatever reason ends up in the recycle bin. I have no idea how that even works, why someone would think that's recyclable. Anything special we should do with the recyclables before placing them in a bin? That's always been a question.
Yeah, so if you can make all your recyclables clean, loose, and dry, meaning you don't need to bag the recyclables. If you have something that has liquids like a bottle or can, make sure your liquids are empty, but you can actually put the cap back on. Those caps are recyclable, so put that in the bin. We get a lot of questions on pizza boxes as well. Pizza boxes are made out of cardboard. You can throw them in the recycling bin. Just empty out that last piece of pepperoni or the last slice of cheese pizza that's in there. But the boxes are perfectly fine to recycle. And then finally, best tip, make sure your cardboard boxes you get are broken down so you can fit more recyclable material inside of your curbside bin.
All right, and when we talk about a second life, you know, what are some things that can be made from recycled material?
Yeah, so there's a lot of great Second Life stories. Some like aluminum can, will turn back into aluminum can within about 30 days, back on the shelf again. When you have plastic bottles, while this could turn back into a new plastic bottle, it can also turn into yarn, which is made into socks, shoes. The shirt I'm wearing is made out of recycled plastic bottles. And another fun fact, all the WM employees' uniforms are actually made from recycled plastic bottles.
I like that. That's kind of cool. I always enjoy seeing that. So what else do you want to say to our viewers? We have thousands joining us right now on the digital desk that maybe we haven't touched on just yet.
Yeah, so WM's investing $1 billion in recycling infrastructure in new and existing markets. That's going to allow more customers to recycle, increase the recycling rate of your local communities. But at WM, we feel like recycling should be kept simple. Paper, cardboard, bottles, and cans, those go in every recycling program.
Okay, and where can viewers get more information about everything we talked about? Because, I mean, it's always important. I always see, like, those PSAs that say, okay, you can recycle this, you can't recycle this, and please make sure that you don't put what you shouldn't recycle in the recycle bin.
Yeah, so if you log on to WM.com, we have a link on Recycle Right. It'll show you the right items to put in the bin and even the wrong items that don't belong in the bin.
Okay, Brent Bell with WM and Vice President of Recycling. We really appreciate the breakdown of what's supposed to be recycled, what isn't supposed to be recycled. That is always a big question. Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Nearly half of all adults in the country have elevated blood pressure, and many don't even know it. And as a result, this could be a major problem when it comes to over-the-counter medicines and medication. Let's bring in someone who can talk more about this issue here. I'm joined now by Dr. Mitch Elkind of the American Heart Association. He's the Chief Clinical Science Officer. He's joining us now on the Action News 5 digital desk. Dr. Elkind, good morning to you. Why is it important for patients with hypertension to know their numbers and to monitor that blood pressure? Is it the over-the-counter medication?
Yeah, well, first of all, hi, Andrew, and thank you so much for having me and the Heart Association on your show today. Yes, so two questions embedded there, I think. The first is, why is it so important for people to know their numbers and monitor? It's because, you know, we've always thought about blood pressure as being the silent killer. High blood pressure can lead to strokes and heart attacks, of course, but many people don't even know that their blood pressure is elevated unless they're checking their numbers. And so it's important to get those blood pressure measurements done either at the doctor's office, or nowadays you can do it at the gym or a pharmacy, or maybe even at the grocery store kiosk where they do it these days. And that's terrific. And if the blood pressure numbers are elevated, then checking it out with your doctor, and there are things that you can do about it. To the question about the over-the-counter medications, yeah, we've discovered that there are a number of over-the-counter medications, like some of the pain medicines and some of the cold and flu remedies, that can increase the blood pressure, and this could be especially concerning in people who already have high blood pressure. So real important to talk to your doctor about what medications are safe to take or not, and if there may be alternatives to use instead.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what over-the-counter medications can really pose a problem, especially with people that have pre-existing conditions?
Yeah, so the pain medicines to be kind of most concerned about are what we call the NSAIDs. That's NSAID, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, things like ibuprofen, naproxen, and there's many more in that category. And so people may want to talk to their doctor, and they may recommend something like acetaminophen, which has less effects on the kidneys and on blood pressure. So that's one group broadly, and about half of Americans do take pain medications on a fairly regular basis, so that's important. The other group are the over-the-counter cold medicines that can have stimulants in them, and sometimes you'll see on the packaging, you know, this cold medicine is not good for people with high blood pressure. Some of them are designed specifically because they don't have those ingredients in them, so choosing the one that may be safer in that situation is a good idea. And then there's some other medicines like birth control pills and steroids themselves, and some other medicines that can do it too. But those would be the main ones to be concerned about.
Okay, and so is before someone, especially those with pre-existing health conditions, they need to talk to their doctor. You've already mentioned that. Is there anything else they need to do before considering to take some of these over-the-counter medications?
Well, again, a good idea is to monitor that blood pressure. We've learned over the last several years that people measuring their blood pressure at home gives us a better picture of how someone's control of blood pressure is doing over time. You know, the doctor may see you once a month at the most in the office, and they can check it there. Usually it's less than that, of course. But we can get a real good picture of how the blood pressure is fluctuating over the course of a day or weeks. You know, it changes over the course of the day with activities, and so we can see that more clearly if you check your blood pressure at home. And nowadays, that information can go directly into the electronic health record, into the doctor's records, and they can track you over time. So that's really useful for the doctor to see. And if it's going up after taking a new medicine, for example, that's even more reason to be cautious about it and see if there's an alternative available. You know, of course, people can do a lot to control their blood pressure outside of taking medications too, like eating a healthier diet, having less sodium, getting enough physical activity and exercise. Just getting off the couch and walking, frankly, can have a big impact, limiting their alcohol intake and so forth.
Dr. Elkind, a lot of information here, very useful stuff. Any place we can go online to really kind of get some of the information that you just talked about?
Of course. So come to the American Heart Association website, which is heart.org, easy to remember, and specifically around this blood pressure issue, heart.org/BP Tools, BP for blood pressure. So BP Tools, great place, lots of information about blood pressure control.
Okay, Dr. Mitch Elkin, really appreciate you from the American Heart Association, Chief Clinical Science Officer. Thanks so much for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Okay, you do the same. Thanks so very much. As we take another live look from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis, 37 degrees, 9:43. Back in 60 seconds. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Unlocking potential through upskilling is a pathway to career advancement, but yet many Americans, specifically women and minorities, have significant roadblocks reducing these types of opportunities. In fact, there's some new research out there that unveils a significant gap for workers and companies. Let's talk about more with regards to this study with Elise Awad, DeVry University's new and first female president and CEO. Good morning, Elise. Thank you for joining us on the digital desk. What can you share from this study this morning, the statistics?
Good morning, Andrew. So I'll start with the general findings. There's a say-do gap where American workers say upskilling is important for their career advancement. However, very few actually take advantage of these opportunities. And when you look at the highlights in the study, there's a disproportionate impact between women and people of color. 73% of men actually have access to upskilling opportunities versus 56% of women and 42% people of color. Even with employer-sponsored programs, only 37% of women actually take advantage of these opportunities versus 56% of men.
Do we know if employees are getting this same feedback, and what are they doing to close the gap?
So I think, employees engaging with their leaders and trying to figure out how to communicate their goals is really important. And then taking initiative and trying to find ways to upskill and reskill and develop yourself, regardless of opportunities. Taking initiative is really important. Doing research on your own is really important.
No question. So you've been named the first female president and CEO of DeVry University. What advice would you have for people out there, specifically women and minorities?
I'm really glad you asked this. I would say first, again, going back to doing research, as the first female president and CEO, if it weren't for higher education institutions like DeVry University that had flexible options and programs available for me as a full-time worker, I would not be able to continue upskilling and developing myself. And I'd say, be curious, number one, research, find programs, be it through higher ed institutions or other on-the-job type training. Two, be resilient. Find ways to persist through barriers. There will always be barriers that exist. I found myself asking the question, if not now, then when? I think that's a good question to ask. There is never a good time. Take advantage of opportunities when they exist. And then three, cultivate your network. Find mentors and allies to support you along the way. And I'd say for women who have advanced in their careers, serve as that mentor or ally for other female aspiring leaders.
Anything else you'd like to add, Elise, before we let you go?
I would just say, education partners exist within the DeVry ecosystem. We serve thousands of corporate partners, and we offer upskilling and reskilling opportunities. So if you'd like to research more about the study or DeVry, you can visit us at devry.edu.
Okay, Elisa Wad, DeVry University's president and CEO, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, May is National Trauma Awareness Month, and this year at Regional One Health, the focus is on roadway safety is no accident. That's the theme, roadway safety, no accident. And there are plenty of, I guess you could say, overly enthusiastic drivers on I-240. That is putting it a very nice way. It might be a good time to just kind of remind people about some good safety measures, some friendly reminders about road safety tips and ways you should be driving, dealing with distracted driving, maybe drowsiness driving, speeding, that sort of thing. Because across the country, believe it or not, there is a rise in motor vehicle related injuries and deaths. Let's bring in Josh Dougal. He's with the trauma department there, the Elvis Presley Trauma Center at Regional One Health. He's the program manager. And Josh, good morning to you. I want to start with some of the issues that you see each and every day at Regional One. Tell me about some of those significant injuries that are treated there when it comes to road safety. Good morning.
Absolutely, and good morning to you. Thank you for allowing us to talk about the roadway safety as one of the initiatives that we need to be really focusing on. So as you all may know or may not know, Regional One and the Elvis Presley Trauma Center is the only trauma center in 150 miles in every direction. So we truly care for the entire community here when at their most hour of need following a traumatic injury. Car accidents represent about a third of the total number of patients that come through here. So over 2,100 people are treated for car accidents at our trauma center, and most of them are quite severe.
Okay, 21 different, 21 car accidents. Is that in a given month or?
No, 2,100 in a year. So in 2022.
Gotcha.
So yes, over 2,000 patients coming in here.
Wow. That okay. My understanding is that one of the main reasons why there are so many car crashes is that people are distracted inside their car, whether it's the radio or, you know, essentially the computers, the dashboard, or just the phone. I mean, gosh, it drives me nuts when I'm driving at night or early in the morning and the sun isn't out yet, and I see the glow of the phone in people's face while they're driving. How bad how bad is distracted driving from your perspective, Josh?
Yeah, we know that distracted driving absolutely increases the rate of car accidents. As you just said, you know, there is literally a computer that sits inside of your car, and people seem to take precedence over making sure that they're logged in or plugged in or have their playlists up or their music set before they ever even really start paying attention as to where they're driving. And one of the things they're key that they're forgetting is wearing their seatbelt. So taking a look at our information from our trauma center here, about 50% of people that come into our trauma center involved in a car accident aren't wearing their seatbelt. And what that does to you is it doubles the chance of you actually dying from your injuries while you're at our trauma center. And that's not even talking about the people that may pass away at the car wreck scene before they ever even arrive to us. So it's huge to be thinking about reducing the ways that you're being distracted by driving. And then also remember those key fundamentals of just buckling up is so important.
So, I mean, you know, when I'm driving on 240, so after this is done, you know, I'm going to be going on 240 there, and the weaving in and out of some of these cars that are going at a high rate of speed, I mean, what's the best way to just kind of guard against some of these overly enthusiastic drivers, let's just say?
Well, I love the way that you put that, always trying to put a smile on the driving habits of some of our colleagues out on the road. But I think the most important thing that we can do is to be active drivers and use defensive driving techniques. So again, making sure that you're distracted as little as possible, always trying to do what you can to anticipate what somebody else may be doing in front of you. Remembering back from whenever we all took our driver's test and they talked about appropriate following distances in front of the car. that is in front of us, and making sure that you're ready for an evasive maneuver. Again, hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel is always important. Making sure that you're wearing appropriate shoes so that you can control your accelerator and gas pedal and brake pedal are all really great tips.
Okay, fantastic. And when it comes to drowsy driving, because we also see that, and you know, I work a very different schedule. I come in early in the mornings at like 4 o'clock, and then I leave, you know, at about noon time. That kind of schedule, you see all kinds of different people with drowsy driving. How much of an issue is that?
Yeah, it's really hard to actually put a direct number on it, but we do see that our car accidents do seem to peak not only late at night, but early in the morning. We know that the culture of the United States is that for people to work, and to not really take care of themselves and always kind of relying on things to keep themselves awake, such as caffeine or loud music, which again doesn't really pay off whenever we're thinking about driving and making sure that we're actually alert and able to avoid those accidents.
Okay, so anything else? I mean, you've talked about making sure you're buckled in, be defensive when it comes to these overly aggressive drivers, trying to stay alert as much as possible when you're behind the wheel. What else can we say that you haven't touched on, Josh?
Yeah, I would say one of the things that really is key is modeling good behaviors. So as we are all adults in our cars, we're driving around, if anything that we can do to model good behaviors to our younger drivers. So if our kids see us as their parents wearing our seatbelts and staying off of our phone and lessening the chance of having that distraction and also being properly restrained, that'll really pay off to our children who are going to eventually become the drivers. And then they'll be on the road with us, hopefully better prepared than we were as their adults.
Absolutely. Josh, is there any place you would recommend? We have thousands of people that join us here on the Digital Desk each and every day. Any place you'd recommend where people can go online, just kind of check out some of these?
Absolutely, yes. I will send you the link, but the National Highway Traffic Safety Alliance is a fantastic place to look for up-to-date information about what is happening in our state and across the country with rules and regulations regarding car safety. Also, you know, just touch on one more thing. Remember to continue to wear your helmet as your motorcycle riders are out and about, and also keeping an eye out for them as you're changing lanes to make sure that you don't run into them and cause another accident.
Good advice. Josh Dougal, Trauma Program Manager at Elvis Presley Trauma Center at Regional One Health. Josh, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for the tips.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day and wear your seatbelt.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Of course, something that may be noticed when you walk out the door this morning, well, for one, it's just plain old cold outside, but something with your car when you're heading off to work today, you may notice that tire pressure sensor goes off. Well, why is that happening? Well, okay, let's talk about the air pressure inside of your tire first off. When it's warmer outside or when you're driving down the road, think about this for a second. If you turn on the pressure sensors on your car, like on the dashboard, and you're driving down the road, you may notice over a time period that as it warms up, as you drive down the road a little bit longer, those pressures will start to go up. So a warmer tire or warmer air will tend to have more excited air particles inside of that tire that will be more engaged and a little bit higher pressure to go. When it's colder outside, you don't have as much movement of those air particles. So it tends to have lower pressure that is exerting on the outward side of the tire walls. So that's why your tire pressure sensor will go off. And it depends on the car, it depends on the make, the model, it depends also on the size of your tire, when that tire pressure sensor will go off. I know for my car, it goes off at 27 PSI. So if it's above 27, it will stay off. But if it goes below 27, it will go on. And a 10-degree temperature drop, in a general sense here, will drop your PSI of about 1 PSI. So we went from 80 degrees on Saturday, and this morning we're starting off in the upper 20s and near 30 degrees. So averaging across the Mid-South a 5 PSI drop. So that may have triggered your tire pressure sensor to go off. Now, there's a warming trend that's on the way, and eventually those air particles will get a little bit more excited as we head towards the upcoming weekend. But, you know, just so you know, the tire pressure is going to be a little bit low here the next few days. Upper 20s and low 30s this morning, on our way to the upper 40s and near 50 degrees as we head through the day ahead. Tonight, it's another cold one, but not as cold as where we started off this morning. A lot of spots were in the middle 20s. Tonight, upper 20s to lower 30s. So a bit milder to start off tomorrow morning, but still plenty cold enough that will still inspire you to grab a jacket. But as we've mentioned, it's a first alert to a warming trend. We go from 50 degrees today, add about, say, 20 degrees or so, 25 degrees as we head towards the upcoming weekend. So 50 to 60 to the upper 60s to the low mid 70s in a 5-day period. Of course, we're at the bottom of it right now as we get ready for that warming trend. The next system to come down the pipeline will bring us a chance for a few showers by late Monday into Tuesday. But of course, that warmer air is going to be filtering in here. So Monday is probably going to be one of our warmer days, with highs getting in the middle to upper 70s across much of the Mid-South. This system will bring that cold front swinging through here, may kick up a shower or two late Monday into early Tuesday. Some of the guidance yesterday suggested a bit more in the way of rainfall. We wish we could get that. We need the rainfall. We only picked up about 1.5 inches or just over 1.5 inches of rain for the entire month of October. This system may not bring us the rainfall, but may still be able to spark a couple of showers because there's another system that's going to be developing to the south and west of us. That will start to lift northward heading into Wednesday and Thursday. That could lead us a better chance for some rain by that point in time. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Not only do you have interactive radar right there in the palm of your hand, severe weather alerts, but also your local forecast. Of course, the First Alert Weather team, we tirelessly get that information out to you every single day, multiple times a day, keeping you updated on the changing weather right there in the palm of your hand. So whether it's your hourly forecast or your 10-day forecast, it's updated by your First Alert Weather team. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. And again, the 10 days right there in the palm of your hand on the app. 50 the high temperature today, 20s and 30s tomorrow morning. More frost on the windshields again, not just tomorrow morning, but I think also for Friday morning as well. I know 38 doesn't seem like it could have frost, but it is possible because again, your surfaces, your windshield is actually tends to be colder than the actual air temperature. So between 36 and 38 degrees, we can get frost. Temperatures will ease back upward. No frost probably on Saturday morning, but we work our way towards the 70s for highs as we head through the weekend. Not to mention time change coming up this weekend, falling back 1 hour Saturday night into Sunday. Clouds will start to thicken up a bit by Monday to Tuesday, and a chance for an isolated shower late Monday into Tuesday as that first portion of the system pushes through the region.
Right now, I want to talk about your food palette, okay? Because on Wednesdays, we're always trying to think about, okay, what do we do for the weekend? Where are we going out? Perhaps we're going to grab a bite to eat somewhere. And when you talk about foodie towns, Memphis is one of the best, okay? We look at different towns across the state, across the region. Memphis has such a sophisticated palette and some amazing restaurants. And this morning, we're talking about some of the best of the best, and who better to talk about the best of the best restaurants? Jennifer Chandler, our friend at the Commercial Appeal, joining us best food reporter in the business. She's on the Action News 5 digital desk. Jennifer, I loved your list. There's 30 of them here, so I mean, I got like sheets of paper, but we can only hit on a few, right? Good morning.
We can, yes. I have been working over the past, probably 6 months on this list of the 30 best restaurants in Memphis. At first, I was challenged to do 20, and I was like, I can't do 20. We have so many things that are wonderful to do. And then I had a list. I came to my editor with a list of like 75, and she goes, no, we can't do 75. We have to narrow it down. It was really a daunting task. And so what I did when I looked at the restaurants, I ate out a lot. I talked to friends. I talked to patrons when I was in restaurants about what they were enjoying about their meals. And I really tried to develop a list that shows the diversity of the restaurant scene in Memphis, from everything from fine dining to new restaurants that are just making a splash on the scene, doing something different, to casual places where you can get a meal for less than $10 are on this list as well. It's all about finding places that show originality and creativity in the Memphis restaurant scene, and that also it's not just about the food on the table and the decor, but things that exceed the expectations you have when you go into that fine dining or that casual type of restaurant to eat.
I love it, Jennifer. This sounds amazing, and you're the perfect person. I mean, the best job in the world you have, and you know better than anybody the best of the best. So let's hit it.
Yeah, so as I said, this list is 30 of the best restaurants. It's up now on commercialappeal.com, so you can check it out. But we're going to talk about 5 today that made this list that I kind of think show how different the restaurants are in Memphis, and what takes this idea of, when you think about like James Beard Awards or Zagat Awards or Michelin stars, to me, it is much more than having a place that is absolutely perfect. And, like these things, like if you've watched The Bear, trying to have that perfection on the plate and things like that. This is about places that really show great food, great hospitality, and you're going to have a delicious meal while you're in there. So first is a fine dining spot that is on the list, which is Dory Restaurant. And so David and Amanda Krog have created this lovely restaurant in Brookhaven Circle. And you can see from this photo of this mussels dish, I mean, everything is exquisite when you go to the eat there. It is pushing the envelope. He's one of the most talented chefs in Memphis. And, this is an expensive restaurant when you go to, but one of the things that I really love it beyond what is on the plate is they have created a dining room that is just really welcoming. The hospitality is there. It's in a former home that was turned to an office building that's now been turned to a restaurant, and you actually feel like you're walking in their home when you go there. And while you're having some of the most fancy food in the city of Memphis, you feel like you're in this just warm, comfortable environment. You feel very welcome. There's no stuffiness to it at all. And it really illustrates, to me, the epitome of a fine dining restaurant that is locally owned by a family. And you won't be disappointed when you go there. It just has so many great things. Definitely, if you go, I did include in my story kind of things that you must order. Make sure you always get the Parker House rolls when you go. Oh my goodness, these things are so good. And just, you won't be disappointed when you go to Dory. So that's in East Memphis. And we're going to switch, and we're going to go downtown to Alcinia's. So Alcinia's is owned by BJ Chester Tamayo, and this is her in this picture. And I just love her to death. She's one of the people that I am so grateful that I've gotten to know when I started as a food writer, because I did not know her beforehand. And she is the most vibrant, fun person that you will ever meet. And she makes the best Southern soul food that you will ever eat. So her little restaurant is located down on on South Front Street, kind of in the Pinch District. And she is just always fun, and she always has on colorful wigs and fun outfits. She's been there for 25 years and just keeps trudging along. It's her tiny little restaurant. She recently, this past year, remodeled it and gave it a paint job and added a patio and did all these things. But one of the things that I love about it is when you go in, I mean, it's a small menu, it's soul food menu, but everything is made from scratch. Like when you order her fried chicken, just know you're gonna have to sit there a minute, because literally she goes back in the back and then she pulls it out and then she seasons it and then she puts it in a brown paper bag with the flour and shakes it. It is just like your grandmama would have made. And her Southern vegetables are so good. And one day I asked her, I said, why do your black-eyed peas taste so much better than everyone else's? And she said, she kind of got a little twinkle in her eye, and she said, because I put a spoonful of my chow chow in it. So she uses her mother was named Alcinia, and she uses her mother's chow chow recipe, and she adds that to some of her vegetables that just really kind of elevates them to a level that you don't get anywhere else. And then also one more thing about BJ. So she doesn't necessarily do this like she used to, but pre-pandemic, if you walked into Alcinia's, I always used to warn to everyone, beware, you're gonna get a hug and a kiss on the cheek or on your head, because she is just that kind of person. She's welcoming you into her home, which is her restaurant, and it is just filled with so much love there. So over the past couple of years, you haven't had as many hugs, you definitely haven't had kisses, but she's starting to hug again. But she really makes you feel like, this is her saying, that you come into your restaurant and you may be a stranger, but you leave a friend and part of the family. And it truly is when you dine at Alcinia's. But as I said, I always tell people, it's not quick dining, but you will love your experience there. So moving back to Midtown, now this is another restaurant that's been around for decades, the Barbecue Shop. And one of the things you can't not have a Best of Memphis list and not include barbecue. And, we have so many wonderful, unique, family-owned barbecue restaurants in the city of Memphis, and it was really hard to narrow it down. But one of the things that kind of put the Barbecue Shop over to me, again, this is a family-run business. Eric Vernon, that you see in this photo, is the proprietor now. His parents owned it before. They bought it from another couple, Frank and Brady Lill, that had the restaurant, and they've been running it for decades and decades and decades. And Eric makes the sauce, his Dancing Pigs barbecue sauce. He is the only person that made it. I think over the history of this restaurant, which is over 50 years, that I think that there have been maybe only like 5 or 6 people that have ever made their sauce. I mean, it takes so much pride in it. And we love everything about it. This is a full service restaurant, which some of the other barbecue restaurants that are so great in Memphis, like Payne's and Cozy Corner, aren't necessarily full service, but the Barbecue Shop is. The service is friendly. And we love everything on the menu. And it's, one of the things I discovered recently, I've always had, wet ribs and dry ribs, but they have something they call glazed ribs, which is just a little bit of a thicker barbecue sauce. And it almost like they come to the table and they're like glistening, and like the sauce really adheres to it. So it's like wet ribs amplified. And they're one of my favorite things. And the Barbecue Shop is the place where Memphis barbecue spaghetti was invented. So really, there's so much stuff going on at the Barbecue Shop that really makes the epitome of a great barbecue restaurant in the city of Memphis. So now we're going to go a little bit further east, and we're going to go to Coastal Fish Company. So this is owned by the same restaurant group that owns places like Flight and Porch and Parlor and Southern Social. And they are always winning every year, like Open Tables, like best restaurant in Memphis. They just keep getting all these accolades, TripAdvisor, and they're just known for their unique concepts that offer really good food, have exceptional service. And when I was doing this list, there are a number of restaurant groups in Memphis that have original concepts that are all different, and they're all really, really good. But to keep the list narrowed down, I only picked and featured one of each of these type of restaurant groups. So the one I featured for this restaurant group is Coastal Fish Company. And one of the things that made me decide to feature that one is this view that they have. I mean, it overlooks Shelby Farms, Hyde Park, the lake there, Hyde Lake, and it is just breathtaking that you can enjoy a lovely meal sitting out there and watching the sunset. That is my tip, is always try to time your dinner reservation go there maybe about 30 minutes before the sunset and just watch it, because it is just, there is a view none like this in the city of Memphis. And the food is really, really good. I love their crab cakes. Those are the ones I order. They're more crab than they are filler. And they come with this sweet corn brulee. It's almost like cream corn that they must put a layer of sugar over the top and brulee it like a creme brulee. So, so good. So Coastal Fish Company is on the list. And then the last one is going again, the switch from finer dining to a casual restaurant. We're going to look at Bala's Bistro, which is in Whitehaven. And Bala Tankara is from Mali, and he makes West African dishes that are just fabulous. It's a casual restaurant in Whitehaven off of Elvis Presley Boulevard, but it is warm, and the hospitality is great, and Bala is there most of the time. And one of the things I love is it's getting to try things that are different. We're so lucky in Memphis that not only do we have Southern food like soul food at Alcinia's or barbecue like at the barbecue shop, but we also have all of these international cuisines that are just great. And I made sure to include like my favorite Chinese restaurant, my favorite Japanese restaurant, my favorite Mexican restaurant on this list to kind of highlight the diversity of the food that we have here. And so one of the things that I love about Bala's Bistro is it's just, they're so friendly when you go in, and they know that most people have not had some of this food before. So not only do they have an a la carte menu, but they also have at the front counter, they have this kind of hot box that they kind of, think of it as a covered buffet a little bit, where they have a lot of their specialties there, and they'll create a plate for you, and they do it by the pound. And so they can kind of talk you through you're looking at, whether it's, goat curry, or I'm going to mispronounce it, but I think it's called Jaffa rice. Some of the more interesting dishes that you may not be as familiar with, and you can kind of get a little spoonful of it each. And where you see the smorgasbord of a la carte things on this picture, you can have that same creation on a plate. So you can taste all these different things. It just is really kind of a special place that you can go to. And again, the hospitality is great. It is kind of a fast casual concept where you go and you order, and you'll either, if you're doing it by the pound, you'll bring your own plate to the table. If not, they'll bring things to you. It's very, very casual, but it is exceptional as far as the hospitality and the food goes. So as you can see, it's all over the place. And I think I really tried to redefine the idea of what is the top restaurants in Memphis, to go beyond what is the most expensive, beyond what is the fanciest. But again, looking at really what are restaurants that really illustrate what Memphis is and the soul of our city, and highlight what a great restaurant scene we have.
Oh, yeah. The restaurant scene here is top notch, and I loved how you highlighted those 5, because they're all really different and different palates, and in different parts of the city. I just love it. And again, for everybody watching, there are the top 30 restaurants in Memphis, and it's at commercialappeal.com/food. Jennifer Chandler going through each and every one there. Really appreciate it every time you come on the digital desk, Jennifer. Thank you so much.
And I'm going to give, as you call it, my teaser is next week. I have some more lists coming out. So when we're back on 2 Wednesdays from now, we can talk about some of these. But I have a best list of the 23 best cheap eats in Memphis for 2023. So meals you can get under $15. And then I have another list coming out next week of the top 20 restaurants that have opened since 2020. So be on the lookout for those coming out next week.
We love it. We love saving money, eating on a budget, and we love lists. Americans love lists. Certainly Memphians do as well. Jennifer Chandler, as always, thank you very much.
Bye.
All right, we have an update now on the Overton Park Memphis Zoo Parking Solution Project. Last year, the city, the Overton Park Conservancy, and the Memphis Zoo announced an agreement to expand zoo parking while also saving a piece of land in Overton Park known as the Greens Ward. Memphis Congressman Steve Cohen announced he secured $3 million in federal funding to complete the project. It will move the zoo's current maintenance area to the park's southeast corner. The zoo's existing maintenance area along North Parkway will then be converted into parking. The configuration will add about 300 spaces to the zoo's needs without carving out a portion of the Greens Ward.
As I said, at the end of the day, this adds significant new park space. It preserves 17 acres of old forest, provides zoo with the parking it needs to continue to be a top tourist attraction in our region, and provides the zoo with a better maintenance facility to continue the great operation it has.
The Overton Park Conservancy says the changes will allow them to turn the Greens Ward into a space for everyone to enjoy. The Memphis-based shipping giant FedEx making a special delivery to make sure some Memphis students are prepared for the cold weather. FedEx Cares collaborating with the national nonprofit Operation Warm to hand out 500 new coats to children in need today at William H. Brewster Elementary. Okay, the Memphis Grizzlies will be without Santi Aldama. Derrick Rose tonight as the team's looking for their first win of the year. Grizzlies off to a tough start. They're 0-4. But as they wait for Ja Morant's return, look to fill in the gaps from injuries, the team knows it's still early in the season, so it's definitely not too late to turn things around. Listen.
I mean, we've lost 7 in a row, 8 in a row, never at the beginning of the season, so, it doesn't get as much publicity or get talked about nearly as much. But, we've been in similar situations, and we've always found a way to come out of it and be better because of it. Adversity, when in it, always seems like a bad thing, but once you get through it, you become stronger, and, it'll only help us in the long run.
Grizzlies and Jazz tip it off tonight, 8 o'clock in Utah. United Housing breaking ground on a new office in Binghamton later this week. The new building will be at 2509 Harvard Avenue. It'll provide spaces for Memphians to learn about access to home buying resources. As part of the development, Community Reflection Garden will remain. There will be some new art and design elements to be added to share details about the building's history. Groundbreaking set for tomorrow. I want to tell you about thousands of people that are tricked into paying debt they don't actually owe each year. It's called phantom debt. Consumer investigator Rachel DePompa discusses how to prevent being a victim with a federal agency. Watch this.
Federal trade commissions returned millions of dollars over the years to consumers duped by phantom debt. That's debt a scammer made up, tricked you into paying. You don't really owe anything. It happens to thousands of consumers each year. Somebody takes some information from the dark web about you, calls you on your phone, and demands you pay up. Or maybe they pretend to be a collection agency or from the IRS. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and FTC have taken action against a number of players over the years. John McNamara with the CFPB says this behavior is absolutely criminal. You can spot it. The scammer asks you to pay a bill in an unusual way or in a rush, demanding you pay.
If you ask a scammer questions, they generally will hang the phone up immediately and they will go away. But again, any sort of rush for urgency to pay right away generated by a phone call should be met by the consumer with a high degree of suspicion. And it's okay, ask questions, ask them to put it in writing. Again, scammers will almost never do that.
Always keep good records of past debt. If you're contacted by a credit collection agency, request a debt validation letter. Check your credit report regularly. And if you do have legitimate old debt, it's possible to negotiate with the debt collection agency and come up with a plan to pay it off. With this Watching Your Wallet, I'm Rachel DePompa.
Well, if you've lived in Memphis for any time, we have some of the best drinking water in the world, and the brewmasters in the city know good water makes some great beer. Brine City Brewing Company said to have some of the most unique views in all across the Bluff City. Kim Clark now with a 5-star story.
A beautiful view from 76 Waterworks Avenue, just off North 2nd in North Memphis.
where Grind City Brewing Company sits in the shadow of a grain and barge depot. The perfect place to celebrate Oktoberfest, according to the brewery's events director.
And because of our unique property, we're able to service a lot more people than a normal brewery would be able to do. It's a celebration not only of beer and Oktoberfest, but also coincides with our anniversary as a tap room.
Taking care of beardness for 3 years now, Grind City is the brainchild of Hopper Seeley. Yes, a hops man named Hopper. He says he wanted to get in the game after working jobs for almost a dozen other breweries.
And we started looking at areas and found this piece of property, and the vision was immediately like, I'm gonna plant a brewery here, and we're gonna completely start the momentum in North Memphis.
In addition to nearly 5 acres of land, the property includes a World War II Quonset hut that Seeley says was filled with wood from the previous business.
So this was the Tri-State Veneer and Plywood company for roughly 90 years. They were around just making different bent chair parts, chair legs, chair backs, everything.
All those leftover wooden chair backs, molds, legs, and other wood gave Seeley an idea, building on the history of Tri-State.
So all the wood that's in our tap room is actually from the chair factory itself. The bar tops, the tables, the legs, all of it is from the chair factory. Even in our beers, the blueprints that are in the background of each can is actually a blueprint of the chair's manufacturing.
The wood that you see, I made glue for it.
Maintenance manager Gordon Glass worked at Tri-State for about 50 years, starting at age 17, and still works in the same facility, but now for Grind City Brewing Company.
So they asked me to stay. So I think God being around my brother, this is my family.
Seeley and crew say it's that sense of community that elevates the craft beer experience at Grind City Brewing.
The main goal is when you actually get here, we want to make sure that you get your beer fast, you get to hang out with your friends and family here, and when you leave here, it's just the whole package.
So one of the biggest things here that's a founding pillar is community. For us to be a representative of the area is really an incredible opportunity for us.
Grind City brews and cans on site. This amber lager is called Thaddeus. It's one of 4 beers offered year-round, in addition to 7 limited releases and a hard seltzer called Memphis Mule.
Yes, we put a lot of energy into making sure that our beers are delicious, consistent, and always fitting a variety.
And while you can purchase Grind City brews at grocery stores and bars around the region, Seeley believes the brewery's tap room truly adds something special.
We want to be the pub of Memphis, and pub is now just a term for a bar, but it was for public gathering. So we want to be the public gathering point of Memphis, especially North Memphis. And no name fit that better than Grind City.
Cheers to that. In North Memphis, Kim Clark, Action News 5.
It is Alzheimer's Awareness Month, and there's some new data and research that shows the number of people with Alzheimer's disease is now expected to double in less than 30 years. Let's bring in Joshua Grill, University of California, Irvine, to talk more about Alzheimer's awareness and maybe some of the advances that's happening in order to treat Alzheimer's. Joshua, good morning to you. I appreciate you joining us here on the Digital Desk. Let's talk about first off, the recent advancements in the treatment of Alzheimer's. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. Yeah, we've been making incredible strides in Alzheimer's disease research for the last several decades, and those are now really starting to result in clinical changes in the way we take care of people with this disease. So just this last year, we had our first fully approved FDA approved drug for Alzheimer's disease in 2 decades. And we're very excited about that. For the first time in our history, we have a medication that can slow down the course of Alzheimer's disease in people who have memory problems and other thinking problems due to this disease. Now, we're taking that advance and other advances, and we're trying to take the next step. And we believe that next step is to see if this drug can actually prevent people from getting Alzheimer's disease. So I'm part of a new study, the AHEAD study, that people can learn about on aheadstudy.org, that really aims to test if this new drug, which is called lecanemab, has been shown to actually remove some of the abnormal proteins that accumulate in the brain of a person with Alzheimer's disease, to see if we can pull those proteins out before the memory problems begin and stave off, delay, or prevent entirely the memory problems from ever happening.
You know, that's fantastic, Josh. And if you don't mind me calling you Josh there. So my father was diagnosed with Alzheimer's several years ago, and certainly I can tell. I mean, he's slowly slipping away in terms of his memory and a number of other issues. So any kind of FDA-approved drug, I mean, it's welcome news. That's a huge first. Medication, and then this this head study that you just mentioned. That sounds groundbreaking and really sounds promising for so many people. The unpaid caregivers that have to deal with Alzheimer's. Can you talk about how pervasive this illness is becoming? I mean, so many millions of Americans are dealing with it with either a family member or a loved one.
Yeah, you said it, Andrew, and I'm really sorry to hear about your family history. There are more than 6 million Americans who are living with Alzheimer's disease. We think that'll be close to 200,000 just in Tennessee. This is a burdensome disease. It's an unrelenting disease. It ultimately robs a person of their ability to live independently. And so invariably, people living with Alzheimer's disease rely on others to complete their daily activities and live their lives. And that's very hard on families. And so, we really hope, we'll need more data, but we really hope that these drugs that can slow the progression of the disease, if started early especially, might alleviate some of the most difficult stages of the disease, which would be the later stages when we see other symptoms really manifest and become very prominent, and the burden on caregivers really becoming even more burdensome for families. And the data for these new drugs is very promising, that if we catch people while they have mild cognitive impairment or mild dementia, we really can slow the course of the disease. And the AHEAD study really goes even earlier. The AHEAD study aims to identify people before the memory problems begin, to see if these medications, and this medication in this study is called lecanemab, which has been shown to really reverse what's happening in the brain related to these Alzheimer's disease proteins. The AHEAD study will see if the impact going early as possible before the memory problems begin is even greater than going in the earliest symptomatic stages of the disease. So we're really excited about the progress that we've been making in the field, and we're very excited about answering what I think might be the most important question we've ever tried to answer in Alzheimer's disease research. As you point out, people can learn about the AHEAD study through our website, aheadstudy.org, and we're more than halfway recruited to this study. So we see the finish line in sight. We're going to be able to answer this question pretty soon, and we'll especially be able to do so if more of the good people in Tennessee join us by going to Vanderbilt or another site, and you can find those sites on our website. Learn about this study, learn about what's involved. It's for people who are 55 to 80 who've not had a diagnosis of dementia or mild cognitive impairment, who might have that family history of disease. They might have concerns about getting Alzheimer's disease, or even concerns about their memory, but don't have that diagnosis and are willing to join our team. When you join a study like this, I always say you're the most important member of our research team, because we can't make the contributions we want to make as clinicians and scientists without people participating in our studies. So the contribution that's being made by people participating in these studies cannot be overstated. This is critically important work, and the people who are enrolling in the study are the ones really making it possible.
This is probably the best news that I've ever been able to hear when it comes to Alzheimer's. My hearing is very acutely aware when it comes to this specific issue, and this is some of the best news I've heard ever. So wow, what incredible breakthroughs. Josh, can you once again state the website where people can go for more information and perhaps be a part of future tests?
Yeah, I would love to. So it's aheadstudy.org. And again, there are sites right there in your backyard, including at Vanderbilt. And I really recommend people not only take a look at the website to learn more about the study and what's involved, but don't be afraid to call up the good investigators at Vanderbilt, talk to their team, learn about how they approach these studies. Make sure that this study is right for you and that you're right for it. Before you make that decision. Research is always voluntary. We take that very seriously. The team at Vanderbilt is amazing. And I'm confident that if people can connect with them, they'll get all the answers to their questions, and hopefully feel like this is something they want to do.
Dr. Joshua Grill, University of California, Irvine, really appreciate this interview. Thanks so much for coming on the Digital Desk and offering that great bit of news when it comes to Alzheimer's and the disease and some amazing improvements, or at least advancements so far. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, appreciate it. All right, we're going to take a short break. Back in 60 seconds on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. All right, back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk, 40 degrees at 10:34 as you get up on this Wednesday morning. Chilly conditions out here, but we are going to see a warming trend later in the week. We got meteorologist Patrick Ellis standing by with your full forecast coming up in just a little bit. But first, I want to talk about an event that's coming up very soon here. We're talking about Saturday, November 11th. Howl at the Moon. It benefits the Street Dog Foundation, streetdogfoundation.com. And I want to talk to a couple of founders about the not only the foundation, but also this event that's coming up. I'm joined now by Melanie and Ken Patford on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, and they look like they have a friend with them joining us as well. Melanie and Ken, thanks for joining us. Let's talk first off about the Street Dog Foundation. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. We are Street Dog Foundation. We were founded in 2009 by Kent and myself when we went to the Memphis Animal Shelter, the old shelter, and saw such a need for the dogs, and decided that our mission, and it became our spiritual mission, would be to get the dogs off of the streets of Memphis and the Mid-South. This was a suggestion by our vet, Dr. J.D. Williams at Grace Animal Hospital. And he said, if you can get these dogs off the streets before they, go to the shelter or succumb to the elements or anything like that, then you're a step ahead. So he named, basically, named us. We're Street Dog Foundation, and that's where we started, and we have celebrated our 14th anniversary in August, and we have saved close to 2,000 dogs.
Wow, 2,000 dogs, that's fantastic. So tell me, do you go out, do you drive, do you get phone calls in? How does it all work?
It does vary, but for the most part, phone calls or social media, people will reach out to us through Facebook or Instagram and let us know about situations that dogs that are in particular need. We tend to rescue the more medically severe cases cases that a lot of other rescues might not necessarily be able to afford the medical care for them. And this little girl here had apparently been hit by a car and drugged some distance. She had some pretty rough road rash on her that is healing now, and she's doing much better. But yeah, we're very pleased to be able to take on some cases that probably would not get any attention otherwise.
Wow, that's fantastic. So what's that little girl's name there?
This is Maddie Moon.
Hattie Moon.
Hattie Moon.
Hattie Moon, named after Howl at the Moon, our upcoming biggest fundraiser.
Okay, so let's talk about this this Howl at the Moon event. I've heard from others it's a really good time, and based upon the pictures we're about to show, it's well attended.
Howl at the Moon, we are in our 11th annual Howl at the Moon. It's the biggest fundraiser that we do all year long. It is held at the Warehouse Memphis, East 36 GE Patterson. That's right across from the Powerhouse Malco Theater in the South Main Arts District. People come to this. It starts at 6, and it's come as you are, wear what you want, come as your fun self. And there is music and lots to drink. Oh, so much to eat. And there's a silent auction. There is live auction, and there are a lot of things that you want to bid upon in this auction. One of the things that's so special about this event, we are 100% volunteer run. So everything goes to our dogs. For this event, we start 6 months in advance so that we can get all of the music and beverages and food and auction items and the venue donated. And so when a person buys a sponsorship or buys a ticket or gets an auction item, they can know that 100% of that money will go straight to dogs like sweet little Hattie Moon here.
That sounds amazing. So the event is almost upon us here. It's 10 days away, and what can people expect this year?
Oh, so much fun. We are this Howl at the Moon is like a big adult circus, and there's lights everywhere, and so many people, so many volunteers come together to make it spectacular. You don't even want to leave. You come in and it's like a magic land. And it's exciting because the people who come here, they're all dog lovers and cat lovers, animal lovers, and they just want to be around people and have a good time with everyone who loves the dogs. And this is 11/11/23. That's Saturday. So it's 11th anniversary of Howl at the Moon on 11/11. You can get your tickets by going to streetdogfoundation.com. If you want a sponsorship, streetdogfoundation.com. If you want this baby or one of your dogs featured on our Bark of Fame wall, go to streetdogfoundation.com. And actually, this is the last day to be able to get that done, but you can have your own babies. They don't have to be adopted from Street Dog or a foster. You can have your own babies featured on a poster at the Bark of Fame. One of the many things that is going to be at Howl at the Moon.
I know you are 100% volunteer run. How much money do you expect to raise, and how many people usually show up?
We usually have anywhere. This past year was a little shorter than normal just because we were just getting back in after quarantine. This past year we had about 650. We have had as many as 1,200 people at this event in the past, and hopefully this year have a few more. But this one event is 75% of our annual budget. So in one night, we're able to earn and fundraise 75% of the year. So we're pretty excited about that. And obviously, as she said, we've been working on this for 6 months with a lot of volunteers and a lot of donors helping make this happen. So
what we need you to do now is go to our website, and it's on our social media, on our Facebook, on our Instagram, but you can definitely find those tickets or that sponsorship on the website. It's the most worthy cause, and we do need you to come and do need you to donate for babies like little Hattie Moon.
Wonderful. All right, Street Dog Foundation and streetdogfoundation.com. Kent and Melanie, thank you so much. Best of luck on November 11th and the big Howl at the Moon event. Sounds like a great time downtown. Enjoy yourself, and thanks for all that you do for all the dogs out there on the streets who might otherwise not be able to find a home. Thank you.
Thank you. And just remember, we need you. Come on out.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you, Melanie and Kent. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
All right, taking a live look from our High Five camera there in Midtown Memphis. 40 degrees, lots of blue sky. Back in 60 seconds with your forecast. Yeah. This is break 3. So let me do some weather and. Yeah.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk. Of course, something that may be noticed when you walk out the door this morning. Well, for one, it's just plain old cold outside. But something with
October
your car when you're
Google
heading
Trends
off
might
to work
work.
today, you may notice that tire pressure sensor goes off. Well, why is that happening? Well, okay, let's talk about the air pressure inside of your tire first off. When it's warmer outside or when you're driving down the road, think about this for a second. If you turn on the pressure sensors on your car, like on the dashboard, and you're driving down the road, you may notice over a time period that as it warms up, as you drive down the road a little bit longer, those pressures will start to go up. So a warmer tire or warmer air will tend to have more excited air particles inside of that tire that will be more engaged and a little bit higher pressure to go. When it's colder outside, you don't have as much movement of those air particles. So it tends to have lower pressure that is exerting on the outward side of the tire walls. So that's why your tire pressure sensor will go off. And it depends on the car, it depends on the make, the model, it depends also on the size of your tire, when that tire pressure sensor will go off. I know for my car, it goes off at 27 PSI. So if it's above 27, it will stay off. But if it goes below 27, it will go on. And a 10-degree temperature drop, in a general sense here, will drop your PSI of about 1 PSI. So we went from 80 degrees on Saturday, and this morning we're starting off in the upper 20s and near 30 degrees. So averaging across the Mid-South, a 5 PSI drop. So that may have triggered your tire pressure sensor to go off. Now, there's a warming trend that's on the way, and eventually those air particles will get a little bit more excited as we head towards the upcoming weekend. But, you know, just so you know, the tire pressure is going to be a little bit low here the next few days. Upper 20s and low 30s this morning, on our way to the upper 40s and near 50 degrees as we head through the day ahead. Tonight, it's another cold one, but not as cold as where we started off this morning. A lot of spots were in the middle 20s. Tonight, upper 20s to lower 30s. So a bit milder to start off tomorrow morning, but still plenty cold enough that will still inspire you to grab a jacket. But as we've mentioned, it's a first alert to a warming trend. We go from 50 degrees today, add about, say, 20 degrees or so, 25 degrees as we head towards the upcoming weekend. So 50 to 60 to the upper 60s to the lower mid 70s in a 5-day period. Of course, we're at the bottom of it right now as we get ready for that warming trend. The next system to come down the pipeline will bring us a chance for a few showers by late Monday to Tuesday. But of course, that warmer air is going to be filtering in here. So Monday is probably going to be one of our warmer days, with highs getting in the middle to upper 70s across much of the Mid-South. This system will bring that cold front swinging through here, may kick up a shower or two late Monday into early Tuesday. Some of the guidance yesterday suggested a bit more in the way of rainfall. We wish we could get that. We need the rainfall. We only picked up about 1.5 inches or just over 1.5 inches of rain for the entire month of October. This system may not bring us the rainfall, but may still be able to spark a couple of showers, because there's another system that's going to be developing to the south and west of us. That will start to lift northward heading into Wednesday and Thursday. That could lead us a better chance for some rain by that point in time. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Not only do you have interactive radar right there in the palm of your hand, severe weather alerts, but also your local forecast. Of course, the First Alert Weather team, we tirelessly get that information out to you every single day, multiple times a day, keeping you updated on the changing weather right there in the palm of your hand. So whether it's your hourly forecast or your 10-day forecast, it's updated by your First Alert Weather team. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. And again, the 10 days right there in the palm of your hand on the app. 50 the high temperature today, 20s and 30s tomorrow morning. More frost on the windshields again, not just tomorrow morning, but I think also for Friday morning as well. I know 38 doesn't seem like it could have frost, but it is possible, because again, your surfaces, your windshield is actually tends to be colder than the actual air temperature. So between 36 and 38 degrees, we can get frost. Temperatures will ease back upward. No frost probably on Saturday morning, but we work our way towards the 70s for highs as we head through the weekend. Not to mention time change coming up this weekend, falling back 1 hour Saturday night into Sunday. Clouds will start to thicken up a bit by Monday to Tuesday, and a chance for an isolated shower late Monday into Tuesday as that first portion of the system pushes through the region.
Okay. Okay. We love checking Google Trends. We love learning about what people are searching for. A lot of times it's a part of the news cycle. It's a part of what's happening in society. And sometimes there'll be some things that will surprise even the Google experts. Let's bring in a Google Trends expert right now, Luma Hamade. She is joining us now on the Action News 5 digital desk. And Luma, good morning to you. Tell me, what was the biggest surprise to you looking in the month of October and all the trends that we're seeing? Of course, there's a lot of Halloween stuff. Was there anything out of that, sifting through Halloween that really surprised you? Good morning.
Yeah, of course, and good morning to everyone as well. Yes, there was a lot that surprised me, as always. As you correctly mentioned, these trends can kind of come from anywhere. One piece that always kind of stuck out to me is I expected Taylor Swift to be #1 costume everywhere, and she actually wasn't even in the top 10, which is quite surprising. Not surprising though, Barbie and Ken were the #1 costume, not only in every state, but almost in every single city. So we actually got really granular with it. It was a lot of women wanting to dress up as Barbie and then wanting to dress their dogs up as Ken, which is really, really cute.
That is cute, and of course, I guess that goes to the popularity of the movie over the summer. I mean, my kids loved it. It was a ton of fun. What about the food? I see something that says Halloween charcuterie board. Now, I love charcuterie boards, but there's a Halloween version of it. Tell me more.
Yeah, I like to joke that the millennials won Halloween this year because Halloween charcuterie board is the #1 searched food. So kind of interestingly enough, it's a regular charcuterie board, but creating really cute little shapes with the cheeses, with the crackers, and then Obviously, dessert charcuterie is a thing as well, so we can have some Halloween cookies and some Halloween candy there. Another fun food tip was actually a taco dip that they called spiderweb dip. So it's a regular 7-layer dip, but then you can use sour cream to design a spiderweb on top. So that's an easier recipe to create for today if y'all need some last-minute tips.
And something else I noticed, Luma, was that there's Halloween decorations all over my neighborhood. People really get into it, and there was actually a contest, and I noticed there were some trends when it came to how to make decorations. Tell me that.
Yes, so making decorations is a very fun DIY thing that Americans love to do everywhere. Kind of a fun fact here, a lot of times people are looking up how to create theatrical blood or fake blood or anything of that sort. And interestingly enough, you can't create fake blood without having some sort of syrup. So people were looking up, how to substitute the syrup because not that many people have syrup in their homes to make fake blood. And then the other top trending thing was actually a pumpkin candy dish. So not just a candy dish, people want it to look like a pumpkin for their trick-or-treaters.
Now, I know that you guys break up the searches sometimes in some local areas. We're in Memphis, West Tennessee, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas. Anything juicy in the local area?
Yes. So in Tennessee, y'all love the movie Saw X. That was the #1 searched movie in your area. I have not seen it. I'm not a horror movies girl, but if y'all like that type of stuff, definitely check it out. And then another interesting thing about y'all's state is you were looking at more fall decor versus Halloween decor. So just kind of that changes in the way that you search. My guess it's because some of the West Coast states like California are still quite warm right now, so they are not feeling the atmosphere of fall yet.
I love that. Okay. I like the fall decorations. I do. And of course, in addition to the Halloween, what about something else that didn't really surprise me with everything becoming more expensive and inflation still very much a part of the impact of everything? It looks like people were searching for budget stuff, right?
Yes. So a lot of people have been using Bard, which is our more conversational search, to figure out how to do Halloween on a budget. I did that myself, and that's how I ended up with a very cheap taco costume, which is what I will be dressing up as later today. But I definitely encourage you to use Bard if you're looking for recipes on a budget, decorations on a budget. It'll actually create full plans for you. And then another fun thing that I like to do with Bard is we actually integrated Google Maps into it. So if you want to look up the cheapest places to eat on Halloween, you can actually have them make you a list and rank it by either location, what's closest to you, or what's cheapest.
Ooh, I like that. That sounds really good. What else? Where else can we get and see some of these results? I know people can watch it and look for it for themselves, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can always look at all of these trends at trends.google.com, whether that be Halloween trends or anything else that you're curious about. We actually update that in real time so you can see what people are searching for right this second.
All right. I appreciate it. Luma Hamade, Google Trends expert. We appreciate you joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
All right, back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. That does it for us here. We're going to be moving into Action News 5's midday with Ariana Poindexter and Spencer Denton. They're going to take you through the top stories and the forecast. Wow, was it cold this morning. In the low 30s, upper 20s to start your day. Well, guess what? We're going to see a warming trend from now until the rest of the week and the weekend, where we're going to be seeing highs in the low to mid 70s during the weekend. That'll be nice. So Spencer's going to be talking about that, and then Ariana's going to give you an update on all the stories that we are following here in Memphis and across the Mid-South. So that does it for us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon.